Story 1. My boyfriend called me selfish and possessive because I didn't let him sleep over at his best friend's house. So I got my revenge. My name is Victoria, and I should have seen the red flags 3 weeks ago when my boyfriend casually announced he was moving in with his female best friend. Not asked, not discussed, announced. I was folding laundry in our shared apartment on that ordinary Tuesday evening when he dropped the bomb like he was mentioning the weather forecast. The domestic scene was so normal, me sorting through our clothes while he scrolled through his phone on the couch, that his words took a moment to register. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna stay at her place for a few months to help with rent. She's struggling financially and might have to move back with her parents if she can't make ends meet. I stopped mid-fold, holding one of his favorite shirts in my hands. The fabric felt suddenly heavy, like it was absorbing the weight of what he just said. Wait, what? When did you decide this? It's not really a decision, Vic. It's just helping a friend in need. He didn't even look up from his phone screen, thumb still scrolling through whatever social media feed had his attention. She mentioned yesterday that her job cut her hours, and she might have to move back home. I can't let that happen to her. Yesterday? And you're just telling me now? My voice carried an edge I couldn't suppress, a sharpness that cut through the comfortable evening atmosphere we'd been sharing moments before. Don't you think this is something we should discuss together as a couple? He finally looked at me then, and his expression wasn't the understanding, apologetic look I'd been hoping for. Instead, there was irritation, like I was being unreasonable for even questioning his unilateral decision. Discuss? What's to discuss, really? A friend needs help, and I'm in a position to provide it. End of story. But you're my boyfriend. We've been together for 2 years. We live together. This affects our relationship, our living situation, our future plans. I set down the shirt and turned to face him fully, hoping that direct eye contact might help him understand the gravity of what he was suggesting. Only if you make it about us instead of about helping someone who genuinely needs it. He set his phone down with deliberate force, the sound sharp against the coffee table. Look, I knew you'd react exactly like this. That's precisely why I didn't want to turn it into some big dramatic conversation with endless back and forth. The dismissive tone hit me like a physical slap. I felt my stomach drop as I realized he'd already made up his mind completely, had already anticipated my objections, and had decided they didn't matter enough to discuss beforehand. React like what? Like someone who expects her boyfriend to include her in major life decisions that affect both of us? React like someone who's selfish and possessive. The words came out sharp and final, like a judge delivering a verdict. She's my best friend, Vic. I've known her for 8 years, since college. I knew her long before I knew you. If she needs help, I'm gonna help her. Period. No discussion, no negotiation. I stared at him, this man I'd shared a bed with for 2 years, who knew how I took my coffee and which side of the bed I preferred, who was now calling me selfish for expecting basic communication about a decision that would fundamentally change our relationship dynamic. So, you've already made up your mind completely. This conversation is just you informing me of what's happening, not actually discussing it. Pretty much. Yeah. He picked up his phone again, already dismissing the conversation. I'm moving my stuff over this weekend. Don't worry, though. I'll still pay my half of the rent here. I'm not going to leave you hanging financially. How generous of you. The sarcasm escaped before I could stop it, bitter and sharp in the quiet room. See, this attitude right here is exactly what I'm talking about. You're making this entirely about you and your feelings when it has absolutely nothing to do with you. This is about helping a friend in crisis, and you're turning it into some kind of personal attack on our relationship. But it had everything to do with me, with us, with the future I thought we were building together. And as I watched him scroll through his phone, completely dismissing my concerns and acting like the conversation was already over, I realized our relationship had just shifted into territory I didn't recognize. The man sitting across from me felt like a stranger wearing my boyfriend's face, speaking words that sounded like him but carried none of the consideration and care I thought I knew. The next morning, I woke up determined to try one more rational approach. I made his coffee exactly how he liked it, 2 sugars, splash of cream, and waited for him to finish his shower before attempting to restart the discussion. Look, I understand wanting to help a friend, I said carefully, setting his coffee down beside him at our small kitchen table. I really do, but there have to be other options we could explore together. She could advertise for a roommate, or maybe we could help her with a small loan to cover the difference. Or she could look into rent assistance programs. Or a loan. He laughed. But there was no humor in it, just condescension. With what money, Vic? We're both barely making ends meet ourselves with student loans and credit card payments. And a roommate? Do you have any idea how hard it is to find someone trustworthy these days? Someone who won't steal from you or bring dangerous people around or trash the place. At least she knows I'm reliable and responsible. But moving in together, that's such a big step. Such an intimate arrangement. What if it affects your friendship? Or what if it affects us? Or what if? What if what? He interrupted, his voice taking on that patronizing tone I was beginning to hate. What if I fall madly in love with my best friend of 8 years? What if we suddenly discover some passionate romance that's been hiding under the surface all this time? He rolled his eyes dramatically. Jesus, Vic, listen to yourself. This isn't about trust in our relationship. This is about helping someone in crisis. Someone who's been there for me through thick and thin. Boundaries. I said the word like it tasted bitter in my mouth. Like I'd suggested something ridiculous and offensive. You know what? She actually warned me you might react exactly like this. My blood went cold, and I felt like the floor had shifted beneath my feet. She warned you? You discussed our relationship with her? You talked about how I might respond before you even told me what was happening. Not discussed exactly. She just knows how you can be sometimes. Clingy, needy, overly emotional about things that don't really concern you. He shrugged like he was stating a simple, obvious fact about the weather. She said you'd probably make this about yourself instead of seeing the bigger picture of someone genuinely needing help. I sat down heavily in the chair across from him, trying to process what he was telling me, trying to understand how the man I loved could be so casually cruel. So, you told her I'd be upset about this before you even told me it was happening? I told her I was worried about how you'd handle it. Yeah, because I know you. I know how you get when you feel like your position is being threatened. He leaned back in his chair, completely relaxed, like this was all perfectly reasonable. My feelings don't matter at all to you anymore, do they? The question came out smaller than I intended, but it felt like the most important thing I'd ever asked him. They matter when they're reasonable and proportionate to the situation. He stood up, grabbing his keys from the counter with deliberate finality. But I'm not going to let your insecurity and possessiveness stop me from being there for someone who actually needs me right now. The implication was clear. She needed him, but I was just being needy. She deserved his help, but I was being demanding. She was worthy of his loyalty, but I was just an obstacle to his goodness. I thought things couldn't possibly get worse after that conversation. I was catastrophically wrong. 3 days later, while I was sitting in my office cubicle, trying to focus on quarterly budget reports and pretending my personal life wasn't imploding, my phone buzzed with a text from him. The preview notification showed it was a photo, and my stomach dropped even before I opened it, some instinct warning me that I wasn't going to like what I was about to see. There he was, shirtless and grinning, lying in what was obviously her bed. The covers were rumpled around his waist. His hair was tousled like he'd just woken up, and he was holding the camera at that casual angle that suggested complete comfort and familiarity with his surroundings. But it wasn't just the partial nudity that made my hands shake as I stared at the screen. It was the details in the background that made it feel like a deliberate invasion of my sanity. I could see her decorative pillows scattered around him, personal photos on the nightstand, the intimate details of another woman's private bedroom space. And there he was, comfortable enough to strip down and take selfies like he owned the place. The caption read, "Getting settled in. Thanks for trusting me, babe." The audacity was so breathtaking, it left me speechless. I was sitting in my professional environment, surrounded by coworkers and quarterly reports, trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy, and my boyfriend was sending me half-naked photos from another woman's bedroom with some twisted message about trust and transparency. My hands were actually shaking when I called him, and I had to step into the supply closet to avoid my colleagues overhearing what I was sure would be a very unprofessional conversation. "Hey babe, did you get my... Are you completely out of your mind?" My voice was barely a whisper, but it carried the fury of 1,000 storms. "Have you lost all sense of appropriate boundaries and basic respect?" "What? I was just being transparent, showing you there's nothing to worry about. No secrets between us." His tone was so casual, so matter-of-fact, like he genuinely couldn't understand why I might be upset. Transparent? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The logic was so twisted it made my head spin. "You sent me a shirtless photo of yourself in her bed, in her private, intimate space. How exactly is that transparency and not just deliberate provocation?" "Because I'm showing you I have absolutely nothing to hide. If I was doing something wrong, something inappropriate or romantic, would I be sending you pictures? Would I be documenting my time here for you to see?" The reasoning was so backwards, so completely divorced from reality, that I almost laughed. "You're showing me that you're comfortable enough in her space to take half-naked photos. You're showing me that you think this whole situation is funny, that my concerns are so ridiculous they're worth mocking. God, Vic, everything is a conspiracy with you, isn't it?" His voice was getting tighter, more frustrated. "I literally cannot win with you. If I don't communicate and keep you informed, you complain that I'm being secretive. If I do communicate and show you exactly what's happening, you complain that I'm being inappropriate. What exactly do you want from me here?" "I want you to come home." The words came out smaller and more vulnerable than I intended. "I want you to remember that you have a girlfriend who loves you and misses you and is struggling with this whole arrangement. I've been gone for 3 days, Victoria. 3 days. 3 days without any real conversation about how this is affecting us. 3 days of you acting like this is all perfectly normal, and I'm crazy for having any emotional response to it." Through the phone, I could hear her voice in the background, asking if everything was okay, if he needed anything. My boyfriend was discussing our relationship crisis with her in real time, probably getting her input on how to handle his unreasonable girlfriend. "Is she listening to this conversation right now?" "She's in the same room." "Yes. She's concerned about the tension this whole situation is causing between us. She feels terrible that our relationship is suffering because of her financial problems. Then maybe she should have found another solution instead of accepting an arrangement that she had to know would cause problems. Or maybe you should work on your trust issues and your need to control every aspect of my life." His voice turned cold, sharp with judgment. "Look, I'm trying to help someone I care about, someone who's been important to me for years. If you can't handle that basic fact, then maybe we need to have a serious conversation about what that says about us as a couple." The threat was crystal clear. Support his decision unconditionally or lose him entirely. Accept his living arrangement with another woman or be labeled the controlling, insecure girlfriend who couldn't handle her boyfriend having female friends. "I need to go," I said quietly, my voice barely audible even to myself. "Vic, wait." I hung up and stared at the photo again, zooming in on the background details that made it feel like such a violation. Personal items, intimate spaces, the casual comfort of someone who belonged there. That's when I realized the game had changed completely, and I was playing by rules that had never been explained to me. I thought the shirtless photo was rock bottom, the absolute worst thing that could happen in this nightmare scenario. Then I got the message that proved I had drastically underestimated the situation. It came through Instagram DM the next evening just as I was settling in with takeout Chinese food and trying to distract myself with mindless television. I recognized her profile picture immediately. The same woman whose bedroom my boyfriend was now calling home, whose space he was comfortable enough in to take provocative selfies. "Hey, Victoria. Hope you don't mind me reaching out directly like this. I just wanted to clear the air about this whole situation, because I think there might be some misunderstandings that are making this harder for everyone involved." My hands clenched around my phone as I read on, my appetite completely disappearing. "I know this living arrangement is probably awkward for you, and I totally get that it might feel weird having your boyfriend stay with another woman, but I really think you're making this much more complicated and dramatic than it needs to be. He's just trying to help a friend in genuine need, and honestly, I think you should be proud of him for being such a caring, generous person instead of making him feel guilty and conflicted about doing the right thing. The condescending tone was unmistakable, wrapped in false understanding and concern. But she wasn't finished. Maybe if you developed a bit of a spine and stopped creating unnecessary drama where there doesn't need to be any, this whole experience could actually bring you two closer together as a couple. Sometimes relationships get stronger when people learn to trust each other and support each other's friendships. Just my 2 cents from someone who's been watching this unfold. Hope you can find some perspective on this situation. EXO. I read it 3 times, my anger building exponentially with each pass. The casual insult wrapped in friendly advice. The suggestion that I needed to develop a spine, like I was some weak, pathetic girlfriend who needed to toughen up and accept my boyfriend living with another woman. The implication that I was creating drama instead of having legitimate concerns about appropriate boundaries. But what really got me was how she positioned herself as the wise observer, the neutral party offering helpful relationship advice when she was actively benefiting from an arrangement that excluded and diminished me. And that little EXO at the end, like we were friends having a heart-to-heart instead of her lecturing me about how to be a better girlfriend. I screenshotted the message and immediately called him, my heart pounding with a mixture of rage and disbelief. Did you know your roommate just sent me a personal message? What kind of message? About what? I read it to him word for word, my voice getting shakier and more incredulous with each patronizing line. When I finished, there was silence on the other end that stretched so long I thought the call had dropped. Well, I demanded. Are you going to say anything about your friend insulting your girlfriend and giving me unsolicited relationship advice? I mean, he paused, and I could practically hear him choosing his words carefully. She's not wrong about some of it, Vic. The words hit me like a physical blow, knocking the air out of my lungs. Excuse me? She told me to develop a spine, called me dramatic, and suggested I don't know how to support my own boyfriend, and you think she's not wrong. Look, I didn't ask her to message you, and maybe she could have phrased some things more diplomatically, but she's genuinely worried about me. She sees how stressed and conflicted this situation is making me, and she cares about my well-being. She told me to develop a spine. I repeated, my voice cracking. She analyzed our relationship and told me how to be a better girlfriend. And you're defending that. Maybe that's not exactly how she should have put it, but Vic, you have been pretty dramatic about this whole thing. More dramatic than the situation really calls for. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My boyfriend was not only defending another woman's right to critique and insult me but agreeing with her assessment of my character. So, she gets to analyze our relationship dynamics and give me personal advice on how to improve my behavior? She's been my friend for 8 years. She knows me really well, probably better than anyone. And honestly, she has a valid point about you making this more difficult and complicated than it needs to be. She has a valid point. My voice was barely a whisper now. Your girlfriend of 2 years is upset about you moving in with another woman, and your solution is to let that woman lecture me about my personality flaws? She's trying to help smooth things over between us, trying to find a way for everyone to be comfortable with this arrangement by insulting me? By telling me I need to fundamentally change my personality to accommodate your living situation with her? By suggesting that my emotional responses are invalid and overdramatic? By being honest about what she observes from the outside? Look, I know you don't want to hear this, but maybe an outside perspective is exactly what we need right now. Maybe someone who isn't emotionally invested in our relationship drama can see things more clearly. An outside perspective from the woman he was now sharing a home with, eating meals with, waking up in the same space as every morning. The woman who felt comfortable enough to message his girlfriend with relationship advice and personal attacks disguised as friendly concern. So this is what we're doing now? I asked quietly. She gets a vote in our relationship? She gets to evaluate my behavior and suggest improvements? She gets to express concern for her friend when she sees him stressed and unhappy because of relationship conflicts? And I get to what? Shut up and smile while you two decide what's best for me? Accept her judgment of my character and work on developing a spine. You get to decide whether you want to trust me and support me in helping a friend or keep fighting me on something that's already been decided and isn't going to change. The ultimatum was crystal clear and absolutely final. Fall in line with their assessment of the situation. Accept his roommate's right to critique and advise me, or be labeled the problem girlfriend who couldn't handle her boyfriend helping a friend in need. I see, I said softly. Do you though? Do you really see what's happening here? I did see. I saw exactly what was happening. Exactly how I was being positioned and manipulated and dismissed. And for the first time since this nightmare started, I began forming a very different kind of plan. He texted me the next day asking if we could have dinner to talk things through properly. I agreed, foolishly hoping that maybe we could finally have an honest, productive conversation about our relationship and find some kind of resolution. I should have known better by then. We met at Bella Vista, the cozy Italian place where we'd celebrated our first anniversary just over a year ago. The irony wasn't lost on me, trying to save our relationship in the same spot where we'd once toasted our future together, where he told me I was the best thing that had ever happened to him. He looked tired but determined as he sat across from me in the dim lighting, and I could tell from his posture and expression that he'd rehearsed whatever he was about to say. There was something almost businesslike about his demeanor, like this was a meeting rather than a conversation between two people who supposedly loved each other. I've been doing a lot of thinking over the past few days, he began, cutting methodically into his chicken parmesan. And I've realized that this whole situation is really showing me who we are as people, what our core values actually are. What do you mean by that? I mean that when someone I care about desperately needed help, when they were facing a genuine crisis that could have dramatically impacted their life, my instinct was to help them immediately. No questions asked, no conditions attached, no elaborate negotiations about what I would get in return. He looked at me pointedly across the table. That's just who I am as a person, and your instinct was to make it entirely about you and our relationship instead of recognizing someone else's genuine need. I felt the familiar sting of being painted as the villain in this narrative, but I stayed quiet and let him continue his prepared speech. So, I've made a decision. I'm going through with this living arrangement, regardless of how you feel about it or what objections you might have. Because helping people, being there for friends when they need me most, isn't something I'm willing to compromise on or negotiate about, even for our relationship. Even for our relationship, I repeated slowly, letting the words sink in. So, if I can't accept this situation, if I can't be comfortable with you living with another woman indefinitely, then what happens to us? Then we need to seriously evaluate whether we're compatible long-term as partners. He said it with the same casual tone he might use to discuss weekend plans. I need to be with someone who supports my values, someone who encourages me to be a good person, not someone who tries to control my friendships and limit my ability to help people who matter to me. And what about my values? What about my need to feel prioritized and respected and included in major decisions that affect our relationship? Your needs matter. Of course they do. But not when they prevent me from doing what's morally right. Not when they conflict with basic human decency. I took a sip of wine, trying to process his words and the implications of what he was telling me. So, you've essentially decided that your friendship with her is more important than our romantic relationship. I've decided that being a fundamentally good person is more important than being a convenient, accommodating boyfriend who prioritizes his girlfriend's insecurities over genuine human need. The insult was subtle but unmistakable. I was asking him to be convenient and accommodating rather than good and moral. And how does she feel about me visiting while you're staying there? About me being included in this arrangement that affects my relationship? He shifted uncomfortably in his seat, avoiding my direct gaze. Well, that's actually another thing we need to discuss realistically. She's dealing with an enormous amount of stress right now. Financial pressure, potential homelessness, job insecurity. Having extra people around, people who aren't directly helping with her situation, might add to her stress level and make things harder for her. Extra people? You mean your girlfriend of 2 years? I mean anyone who isn't directly contributing to solving her current crisis. I stared at him, the full picture finally coming into sharp, clear focus. So, you're moving in with her? She gets to critique and analyze our relationship, and I'm banned from visiting or being part of this new living situation. You're not banned exactly. It's just complicated right now. The timing isn't ideal for social visits. Let me ask you something, I said, leaning forward across the small table. If I was the one moving in with my male best friend to help with his rent, and he told me he didn't want you coming around because it would stress him out and complicate his situation, how would you react to that? The question clearly caught him completely off guard. His mouth opened and closed several times, and I could see him struggling to find an answer that wouldn't expose his obvious hypocrisy. That's not really the same thing at all. How is it not exactly the same thing? Because you don't have a male best friend who's facing this kind of financial crisis. But if I did, if the situation was completely reversed. He was quiet for a long moment, his jaw working as he searched for a response that would make sense. I could see the exact moment he realized there was no good answer that wouldn't contradict everything he'd been saying. The point is, he finally said, clearly frustrated. This is about helping someone in a genuine crisis situation, and if you can't support that basic principle, if you can't put someone else's welfare ahead of your own comfort, then maybe we're not as compatible as I thought we were. I nodded slowly, understanding finally settling over me like a heavy blanket. You're absolutely right. Maybe we're not compatible at all. For the first time all evening, he looked uncertain, almost surprised. What exactly does that mean? It means I'm going to do some serious thinking of my own about what I want and what I'm willing to accept in a relationship. Victoria, no. It's fine. You've made your position crystal clear. You've told me exactly where I stand in your priorities. And I appreciate the honesty. He looked confused, like this wasn't the response he'd been expecting or prepared for. That night, lying alone in our bed, while he was presumably settling into his new living arrangement, something fundamental shifted inside me. I'd spent weeks trying to reason with him, trying to make him see my perspective, trying to salvage a relationship that he'd already emotionally checked out of. I was exhausted from fighting a battle where I was apparently the only one who actually wanted to win. So, I decided to stop fighting his way and start playing by his rules instead. The next morning, he texted me a photo of him carrying boxes up the stairs to her apartment building. Moving day officially. Wish me luck getting everything organized and settled in. Instead of the hurt or angry response he was probably expecting, the kind of emotional reaction that would validate his narrative about my dramatic tendencies, I replied with carefully crafted sweetness. How exciting for both of you. I'm sure she really appreciates having such a dedicated, selfless friend to help her through this difficult time. You're such a fundamentally good person for sacrificing your own comfort to help someone in genuine need. So proud of your generosity. It took him 20 minutes to respond, and I could practically feel his confusion radiating through the phone. Thanks. That's really mature of you. He'd been braced for another fight, another emotional conversation about boundaries and respect and inclusion. Instead, I was giving him exactly what he'd claimed to want. Enthusiastic support for his noble mission to help a friend in crisis. Later that day, he sent another update. Got the living room completely set up and organized. She made this incredible dinner to thank me for everything. So nice to finally be appreciated for trying to do the right thing. I replied immediately, maintaining my new approach. That's absolutely wonderful. It must be such a relief for her to have someone she can count on completely. And how thoughtful of her to take such good care of you in return. You two make such a perfect team. I'm so happy you're both getting what you need from this arrangement. This time it took him over an hour to respond. And all he managed was, yeah, it's nice, but I wasn't done yet. When he called me that evening, I could hear the uncertainty and confusion in his voice from the first word. Hey, how was your day? You seem different in your texts. Oh, it was absolutely lovely. I had such a productive day at work. And then I grabbed drinks with some colleagues after. It's amazing how much energy and clarity you have when you're not worrying about things you can't control or trying to change other people's minds. Okay, that's good. I guess you seem much more upbeat than I expected. I thought you'd be more upset about me officially moving in today. Why would I be upset? I asked with genuine-sounding surprise. You made it very clear that this is about helping someone in desperate need and being a fundamentally good person. I've had some time to really think about everything you said, and you're absolutely right. I was being selfish and insecure and possessive. The silence on his end was absolutely deafening. So, you're completely okay with this living arrangement now? More than okay. I'm actually excited for you both. It's going to be such an incredible growth experience. Living with someone new and navigating a completely different dynamic. Learning to be independent and self-sufficient. And who knows, maybe it'll teach us both some valuable lessons about trust and personal space and supporting each other's friendships. Right, lessons? He sounded completely thrown off balance, like he was trying to navigate a conversation in a foreign language. Actually, I've been thinking about doing some growing and expanding of my own. I realized I've been way too dependent on you for my happiness and my entire social life. It's probably really healthy for both of us to branch out significantly, don't you think? Branch out? How exactly? The jealousy in his voice was unmistakable and immediate. After weeks of him dismissing my concerns about boundaries and appropriate friendships, he was suddenly very interested in my social plans and personal growth. Oh, just reconnecting with old friends I've lost touch with. Maybe exploring some new interests and activities. I've actually been meaning to reach out to some people who used to be important to me. What people specifically? Just friends, I said with the same casual, dismissive tone he'd used when talking about his roommate situation. People who care about my well-being and want to see me happy and fulfilled. Victoria, I should probably go. I have some important calls to make and some plans to organize. Have a wonderful evening with your roommate. I hope you're both really enjoying this new chapter. I hung up before he could respond. And for the first time in weeks, I was genuinely smiling. The game had officially changed, and I was finally ready to play by the new rules he'd established. I hadn't talked to my ex-boyfriend in over a year, but I remembered him mentioning during one of our final arguments how at least he never tried to control who I spent time with, and how he trusted me to have healthy friendships with everyone. It seemed like the perfect time to test whether those principles applied in reverse. I found his number buried in my old contacts and sent what I hoped was a casual, friendly text. Hey, been thinking about old friends lately and wondering how you've been doing. Want to grab coffee sometime and catch up properly? He responded within an hour, which felt like a good sign. Victoria, what a pleasant surprise to hear from you. I'd absolutely love to catch up and see how life's been treating you. How about that little place on 5th Street tomorrow afternoon around 2? The coffee shop was busy when I arrived, filled with the typical mix of students, remote workers, and people having casual meetings. I spotted him immediately at a corner table. He looked good, relaxed, and confident, with the kind of genuine smile that said he was actually happy to see me rather than just being polite. You look fantastic, he said, standing to give me a warm hug that felt completely natural and unforced. It's really good to see you, Victoria. I've wondered how you were doing. We talked for nearly 3 hours, and it was like rediscovering a language I'd forgotten I could speak. We discussed work, life changes, the different paths we'd taken since our relationship ended. He asked thoughtful questions about my career, remembered details about my family that I'd mentioned years ago, and never once made me feel like my thoughts or feelings were invalid or overly dramatic. So, how are things with your current boyfriend? He asked eventually, stirring his second cappuccino. Complicated? I said, and found myself telling him the entire story, not to complain or seek validation, but because he'd asked with genuine interest and seemed to actually care about my well-being and happiness. Wow, he said when I finished, shaking his head slowly. That sounds incredibly frustrating and emotionally exhausting. He says I'm being selfish and possessive for having concerns about it. For having feelings about your boyfriend moving in with another woman? He looked genuinely incredulous. That's not selfish, Victoria. That's completely human and reasonable. Any person in a committed relationship would have serious concerns about that kind of arrangement. It had been so long since someone had validated my perspective without qualification or criticism that I almost started crying right there in the busy coffee shop. I took a photo of us at the coffee shop. Nothing romantic or suggestive, just 2 old friends catching up over lattes. But I made sure to get a good angle that showed both of us looking relaxed and happy, and posted it to my Instagram story with the caption, "Sometimes the best conversations happen with people who actually listen and care." My phone buzzed with a text from my boyfriend within 10 minutes. "Who is that in your story?" "Just catching up with an old friend," I replied casually. "Remember I told you I was going to branch out socially and reconnect with people who care about my well-being? What old friend? I don't recognize him. Someone who genuinely cares about my happiness and wants to see me thriving. Just like you said you wanted for me." He called immediately, and I could hear the tension in his voice from the first word. "Victoria, who were you with today?" "A friend," I said calmly, maintaining the same tone he'd used when discussing his living arrangements. "We had coffee and talked about life and relationships. It was really refreshing to have a conversation with someone who doesn't think my feelings are invalid or overly dramatic." "What friend, Victoria? I need you to be specific." "Someone I used to date, if you must know the details, but we're just friends now." "Obviously. Surely you of all people can understand that it's completely possible to have a healthy, appropriate friendship with someone you used to be romantically involved with." The silence stretched so long, I thought the call had dropped. "You went out with your ex-boyfriend." "I went out with a friend who happens to be an ex, just like you're living with a friend who happens to be an attractive woman you've known for 8 years. What's the difference, really?" "The difference is—" He stopped abruptly, clearly realizing that any argument he made would completely contradict everything he'd been saying about his own situation. "The difference is?" I asked sweetly, genuinely curious to hear how he'd try to rationalize this. "Just be careful, okay? I worry about your judgment sometimes, especially when you're feeling emotional and vulnerable." "My judgment?" This from the man who was living with another woman, who'd banned his girlfriend from visiting, and felt entitled to critique our relationship dynamics. "Thanks for your concern," I said. "I really appreciate you caring about my well-being. I'll talk to you later. I actually have dinner plans tonight." I didn't have dinner plans, but he didn't need to know that. The seed of uncertainty was planted, and I was just getting started. Over the next week, my ex and I met up for more times, and I documented each outing with the same careful attention to detail that my boyfriend had used when sending me updates from his new living arrangement. Lunch on Wednesday, a museum visit on Saturday, dinner on Sunday, and a long walk through the park on Tuesday. Each encounter was perfectly innocent. We were genuinely enjoying each other's company as friends, and nothing more. But I made sure to capture and share each moment strategically. A photo of our lunch with the caption, "Great minds discuss great ideas and support each other's growth." A shot of us laughing at something in the Contemporary Art Museum, finding joy and beauty in unexpected places. A cozy dinner photo with soft lighting, good food, even better conversation, and the kind of friendship that nourishes the soul. My boyfriend's responses became increasingly frantic and desperate with each post. Wednesday, another lunch. "How often are you planning to see this guy exactly?" Saturday, a museum visit. "That seems pretty date-like for people who are supposedly just friends." Sunday, dinner now. 2. Victoria, this is getting completely ridiculous and inappropriate. Tuesday, you're with him again. This is happening way too frequently. Each time, I responded using his own logic and language turned back on him, word for word. "I'm just helping a friend who's been going through some serious relationship stress and emotional turmoil lately. You should be proud of me for being such a caring, supportive person. It's not date-like, it's friend-like. I thought you understood better than anyone that men and women could maintain completely appropriate platonic friendships. I'm just being there emotionally for someone who needs genuine support right now. Isn't that exactly what good friends do for each other? He's going through a difficult time and needs someone who actually listens to his concerns. I'm just being a fundamentally good person." By Tuesday evening, he was calling me multiple times throughout the day, his voice getting more strained and desperate with each conversation. "Victoria, we seriously need to talk about this situation with your ex-boyfriend." "What situation exactly?" "I'm spending time with a friend who genuinely cares about my well-being and emotional health. I thought you'd be happy and proud that I'm not being so dependent on you for all my social and emotional needs. But you're with him constantly. This is getting obsessive. 4 times in a week is hardly constantly. You live with your friend 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Surely you can understand that I might need some emotional support and validation during this particularly difficult time in our relationship. That's completely different. And you know it. How exactly? I asked, using the same question that had consistently stumped him before. Because he's your ex-boyfriend, you used to be romantically involved. And she's an attractive woman you've been emotionally intimate with for 8 years. If anything, that sounds like a much deeper and more potentially threatening connection than my situation. We're not dating. We never dated. Neither are we. We're just friends. Friends who understand each other deeply and have a history of mutual respect, support, and genuine care for each other's well-being. I could practically hear him grinding his teeth through the phone. Victoria, I'm completely serious. This behavior needs to stop immediately. What behavior needs to stop? Me having a support system? Me spending time with people who actually listen to my concerns instead of dismissing them as dramatic and unreasonable. You're doing this specifically to get back at me, and we both know it. I'm doing this because you taught me some really valuable lessons about the importance of helping friends in need and not letting relationship insecurities get in the way of doing what's morally right. My voice remained perfectly sweet and reasonable. Remember, you told me I needed to develop a spine and stop being so possessive and controlling. The silence stretched for so long, I started to wonder if he'd hung up in frustration. Please, he said finally, and his voice sounded smaller and more vulnerable than I'd ever heard it. Can we please just talk about this properly in person, face to face? I'd absolutely love to, but I'm actually meeting my friend for coffee in about an hour. He's been having some really intense emotional revelations about relationships and personal growth. Maybe tomorrow. Cancel it. Please just cancel it. Cancel it. But he's expecting me. He's counting on me being there for him. I can't just abandon a friend who's depending on my support. That would be incredibly selfish and heartless, don't you think? When I posted the coffee shop photo that evening, both of us deep in animated conversation, laughing genuinely at something he'd said, my phone didn't stop buzzing for 30 minutes straight. Text after text, each one more desperate and unhinged than the last. We need to talk right now. This is getting completely out of hand. Victoria, please call me back immediately. I'm coming over to your apartment. Why aren't you answering your phone? This is destroying our relationship. I responded to the final message with perfect simplicity. Out with a friend. Having such meaningful conversations. Talk tomorrow. The irony was absolutely delicious. For weeks, he dismissed my concerns, invalidated my feelings, and prioritized his living situation with another woman over my comfort and emotional security. Now, faced with the exact same scenario playing out in reverse, he was completely falling apart. But the most beautiful part? I wasn't actually doing anything wrong or inappropriate. I was genuinely enjoying reconnecting with someone who treated me with consistent respect and kindness. The fact that it was driving my boyfriend to the edge of sanity was just an incredibly satisfying bonus that made every moment even sweeter. The more time I spent with my ex, the more I realized how much I'd forgotten about what it felt like to be genuinely valued and respected as a person. It wasn't just that he listened to me, though that was revolutionary after months of being dismissed and invalidated. It was the quality of how he listened, the way he engaged with my thoughts and feelings like they actually mattered. When I mentioned being stressed about an important work presentation, he followed up 2 days later to ask specifically how it had gone and whether I was happy with the outcome. When I said I was thinking about redecorating my apartment to make it feel more like my own space again, he sent me links to furniture stores and design blogs he thought matched my aesthetic, along with encouraging messages about creating a sanctuary that reflected my personality. These weren't grand romantic gestures or attempts to win me back. They were basic expressions of human decency and care, the kind of attention and consideration I should have been receiving consistently from my actual boyfriend. You seem so much lighter lately, he said during our Thursday evening walk through Riverside Park. Different from when we first started hanging out again a couple weeks ago. I feel different, I admitted, surprised by my own honesty. I think I'd completely forgotten what it felt like to have my thoughts and feelings actually matter to someone, to be treated like my perspective has value. They should always matter, especially to someone who claims to love you and want to build a life with you. I stopped walking and turned to face him directly. Can I ask you something personal? When we were together 2 years ago, did I seem needy or possessive or overly dramatic to you? He looked genuinely surprised by the question, almost taken aback. Needy? Victoria, you were one of the most independent, self-sufficient people I knew. That's actually part of why our relationship didn't work out. You were so focused on your career goals and personal growth that sometimes I felt like I was competing for your attention and emotional energy. The contrast hit me like a physical blow, making me actually dizzy for a moment. 2 years ago, I'd been too independent and self-focused. Now, according to my current boyfriend, I was too clingy and dependent and possessive. What had changed so dramatically between then and now? He's really done a number on your self-perception, hasn't he? My ex said gently, reading the confusion and pain on my face. I felt tears prick my eyes as the full reality of what had happened to me began to sink in. I used to be so confident in my own judgment. I used to trust my instincts about people and situations. Now I second-guess everything I think and feel, wondering if I'm being too sensitive or too demanding or too emotional. That's not your fault, and it's not a reflection of who you actually are. That's what happens when someone consistently tells you that your natural, healthy responses are wrong or inappropriate. We sat down on a bench overlooking the river, and I found myself really thinking about the past 2 years for the first time with any kind of clarity. When exactly had I stopped believing in myself? When had I started accepting being called dramatic for having normal emotional responses to concerning situations? I don't think I can keep doing this, I said quietly, more to myself than to him. Seeing me? I completely understand if this is getting complicated. No, not this, I said, gesturing vaguely toward my phone, which had been buzzing constantly with increasingly desperate and angry messages. That, I can't keep pretending that relationship is salvageable or healthy. He nodded slowly, thoughtfully. What are you thinking about doing? I honestly don't know yet, but I know with absolute certainty that I deserve better than someone who makes me feel crazy for having basic relationship expectations and boundaries. For the first time in months, I believed that was actually true. And for the first time since this entire nightmare had started, I felt like I had the power to choose what came next instead of just reacting to decisions other people made for me. When I finally turned my phone back on that evening, I discovered I had 23 missed calls and 67 text messages. The progression from confusion to anger to desperation to outright panic was almost fascinating to watch unfold in real time. Why aren't you answering your phone? This is completely ridiculous. Victoria, you're being incredibly childish and manipulative. I'm starting to get worried about you. Please just call me back so we can talk like adults. I think we should have a serious conversation about this situation. I miss you. I miss us. I'm sorry if I haven't been as attentive as I should have been lately. Maybe I made a mistake with this whole living arrangement thing. Victoria, please. I love you and I don't want to lose you. I'm willing to reconsider some things if you'll just talk to me. This is tearing me apart. Please don't throw away everything we've built together. The manipulation was so transparent and predictable it was almost insulting to my intelligence. Months of dismissing my concerns, calling me selfish and insecure and possessive, and now suddenly he was worried about being inattentive. Now he was reconsidering the living arrangement he'd insisted was completely non-negotiable. Now he was willing to discuss things he'd previously declared were final decisions. I didn't respond to any of the messages, letting him stew in the uncertainty he'd created. The next morning, he showed up at my office building with an enormous bouquet of roses and expensive coffee from the boutique place I'd mentioned liking months ago. My coworkers were visibly impressed by what appeared to be a grand romantic gesture, but I could see it for exactly what it was. A public display designed to put social pressure on me to respond positively and make me look unreasonable if I didn't. Can we please talk? He asked when I met him in the lobby, looking deliberately pitiful and desperate. I've been going crazy not hearing from you. I'm at work, I said calmly, accepting the flowers with polite but distant thanks. Then lunch or dinner or coffee after work. Whenever works for you, Victoria. This silence between us is absolutely killing me. What's killing you exactly? This distance between us. This game you're playing with me. I'm not playing any kind of game. I'm living my life and spending time with people who treat me with respect and kindness. Isn't that exactly what you wanted? For me to be less emotionally dependent on you. Not like this. Not with him. Like what? Like having meaningful conversations with someone who values my thoughts? Like being appreciated and validated instead of constantly criticized. His jaw tightened visibly, and I could see him struggling to maintain his composure in the public setting. With your ex-boyfriend, someone you used to sleep with a friend who happens to be an ex, just like you're living with a friend who happens to be an attractive woman. I thought you understood better than anyone that men and women could maintain appropriate platonic relationships. It's completely different, and you know it. How exactly? He opened his mouth, then closed it again, clearly recognizing the logical trap. Any argument he made about the inappropriateness of my friendship would completely contradict his entire justification for living with his female friend. The opportunity for the perfect finale came when he insisted on a video call to clear the air and resolve this situation like mature adults. He wanted his roommate and several of their mutual friends to join the call, thinking that public pressure and group intervention would force me to be reasonable and stop my destructive behavior. I agreed immediately and enthusiastically. It was exactly the audience I wanted for what I was about to do. When the call connected at 8 p.m. sharp, I could see him on screen along with his roommate and 4 other people I recognized from our social circle. Everyone looked tense and prepared, like they were staging an intervention for someone with a serious addiction problem. Victoria. He began in his most serious, concerned voice. We all care about you deeply, and we're genuinely concerned about the direction your behavior is heading lately. How incredibly thoughtful of all of you, I said sweetly, smiling brightly at the camera. I actually have some really exciting news to share with everyone while we're all here together. His face immediately went pale, and I could see panic flickering in his eyes. What news? Well, you know how you've been encouraging me to be more independent and branch out socially? I smiled even more brightly. I've been taking your advice seriously. In fact, my friend and I are planning the most incredible romantic trip to Italy next month. The silence was absolutely deafening. I could see everyone on the call exchange glances. What trip exactly? He managed to choke out, his voice barely audible. A 3-week romantic getaway to Rome and Florence. He's been researching all these amazing restaurants and museums and hidden gems. We're staying at this absolutely gorgeous boutique hotel in Trastevere with a private rooftop terrace overlooking the entire city. I pulled out my laptop and started scrolling through the booking confirmations, describing every luxurious detail. 3 incredible weeks of world-class art, amazing wine, incredible food, and someone who actually appreciates my company and values my thoughts. I watched his face crumble in real time, but I was nowhere near finished. You know what's really funny, though? I continued, my voice still perfectly pleasant and conversational. While I was learning to value myself again and remember what healthy relationships actually look like, I started seeing your situation much more clearly, too. Victoria, don't. No, this is actually really good. Everyone should hear this analysis. I looked directly at his roommate through the screen. I realized that you're not actually helping a friend in need at all. You're being used as a live-in boyfriend without any of the commitment or emotional reciprocity. Someone who pays half the bills, provides constant emotional support, handles household responsibilities, and asks for absolutely nothing real in return. Her face flushed deep red. That's not. Oh, but it absolutely is. I interrupted smoothly. Think about it logically. You get all the practical benefits of a devoted partner. Someone who prioritizes your needs over his actual girlfriend's feelings. Someone who defends you against anyone who questions the arrangement. Someone who's essentially moved in with you and provides financial support, but you don't have to give him anything genuine or meaningful in return. The other friends on the call were shifting uncomfortably, clearly recognizing the uncomfortable truth in what I was saying. And the most beautiful part, I continued, looking directly back at my soon-to-be ex-boyfriend. When someone better comes along or when you get tired of the arrangement, or when it's no longer convenient, you can just kick him out without any real consequences. After all, you're not actually together, right? You don't owe him anything substantial. His roommate's expression had shifted from defensive to calculating, and I could see him starting to realize that I was probably describing their dynamic with uncomfortable accuracy. "You're being used as an expensive, convenient doormat," I said directly to him, my voice still calm and analytical. "And the moment it suits her purposes, you'll be discarded and replaced just like any other household appliance that's outlived its usefulness." "That's not true," he said, but his voice completely lacked conviction. He was looking at his roommate desperately, waiting for her to deny my assessment. She said absolutely nothing. "Victoria," he tried again, his voice breaking slightly, "we can fix this. Cancel the trip. Come home to me. We can work through all of this together. Come home." I laughed, and it felt genuinely joyful and liberating. To what exactly? To a relationship where I'm called selfish for having normal human feelings? Where my concerns are dismissed as drama and manipulation? Where I'm expected to gratefully accept whatever scraps of attention you have left over from your real priority? I leaned closer to the camera, making sure everyone could see my face clearly. I'm completely done accepting scraps and making excuses for disrespect. I'm done with someone who makes me feel insane for expecting basic consideration. And I'm especially done with someone who's too blind to see that he's being played by someone who will never actually choose him. I could see tears in his eyes now, but I felt nothing except pure relief and freedom. "Enjoy your living arrangement," I said to both of them. "I hope you both get exactly what you deserve from it." And then I ended the call and blocked every single one of them on every platform I could think of. 3 weeks later, I was sitting on the private rooftop terrace of our boutique hotel in Trastevere, watching the sunset paint ancient Rome in brilliant shades of gold and amber. The Tiber wound through the city below us like a ribbon of light, and the sound of animated Italian conversations drifted up from the cobblestone streets. For the first time in over a year, I felt completely and genuinely at peace with myself and my life. "You look truly happy," my ex said, handing me a glass of exceptional local wine we'd discovered at a tiny family vineyard outside the city. "I am happy," I realized with surprise. Genuinely, completely, authentically happy in a way I'd forgotten was possible. The trip had exceeded every promise I'd made during that devastating video call. We'd wandered through the Vatican museums for hours, eaten incredible meals at family restaurants tucked away in hidden alleys, spent entire afternoons exploring ancient ruins and discussing philosophy and life. But more importantly, I'd spent 3 weeks rediscovering who I was when I wasn't constantly defending my right to have feelings and opinions. "I need to tell you something," I said as we watched the lights begin to twinkle across the eternal city. "Should I be worried?" I laughed, feeling lighter than I had in years. "I don't think we should get back together romantically." He raised an eyebrow, looking more amused than hurt. "That's your big confession?" I think I'm more relieved than insulted. "Honestly, really, Victoria, we're incredible friends. We have amazing conversations. We genuinely enjoy each other's company, and we clearly care about each other's well-being, but we broke up for legitimate reasons the first time around." He smiled warmly. "This trip has reminded me of all the things I loved about you as a person, and also reinforced why we weren't right for each other as romantic partners." The relief was overwhelming and immediate. "So, what does this make us going forward?" "Whatever we want it to be. Friends who occasionally take amazing trips together. People who care about each other without all the pressure and expectations and complications of a traditional romantic relationship." That sounds absolutely perfect. And it did. After 2 years of fighting desperately for scraps of attention and basic respect, the idea of a connection based on mutual enjoyment and genuine care rather than obligation and manipulation felt revolutionary. My phone had been blissfully quiet for the past 10 days. In the immediate aftermath of our video call confrontation, my ex-boyfriend had sent dozens of increasingly unhinged messages ranging from angry accusations to pathetic pleading to threats about what he would do to win me back. I'd blocked his number after the 3rd day of harassment, but mutual friends had kept me updated on the spectacular implosion of his living situation. Apparently, My analysis of their dynamic had been even more accurate than I'd realized. Within 5 days of our call, his roommate had started bringing home dates and making it abundantly clear that his presence was becoming inconvenient and unwelcome. She'd asked him to move out within the week, citing her need for privacy and space to explore new relationships. He'd been forced to move back in with his parents at age 22, homeless and heartbroken, finally understanding what it felt like to be discarded by someone who'd never actually valued him as anything more than a convenient solution to her problems. I felt no satisfaction in his pain, but I felt tremendous satisfaction in my freedom and clarity. You know what I realized during all of this? I told my companion as we finished our wine and prepared to head to dinner at yet another incredible restaurant he'd discovered. What's that? I spent so much time and energy trying to convince him that I deserved basic respect and consideration that I completely forgot I could just leave and find those things somewhere else. I forgot that I had the power to choose what I would and wouldn't accept. And now I know exactly what I'm worth. And I'll never accept less than that again. Not from anyone. Not for any reason. The next morning, I posted a photo of myself at the Trevi Fountain, throwing in a coin and making a wish. The caption read simply, "New beginnings deserve new dreams." For the first time in my adult life, I was completely single, completely free, and completely confident in my own worth and judgment. Whatever came next in my life, I knew it would be on my terms, with someone who recognized my value instead of trying to diminish it. The girl who had sat in that apartment folding laundry while being called selfish for having basic relationship expectations was gone forever. In her place was a woman who knew exactly what she deserved and had the strength to demand it without apology. And that transformation, I thought, as I threw my coin into the ancient fountain and watched it disappear into the clear water, was the most satisfying revenge of all. Not hurting him, but healing myself. Not destroying his life, but reclaiming my own. The woman I was now would never tolerate being treated as an afterthought again. And that was worth more than any apology he could ever offer. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My mother is the most baby-obsessed psycho I've ever met. Starting when I was 8 years old, she made me and my sister Daniela wear these pregnancy simulation suits for hours every single day. 20 pounds of sand strapped to our stomachs while we practiced breathing exercises and watched birthing videos. If we complained about back pain, she'd add more weight and tell us real mothers don't whine. She even made us practice breastfeeding with these creepy little dolls that would cry if you didn't hold them right. While I spent every session plotting my escape, Daniela embraced it as if it was her one true purpose. She'd waddle around the house with perfect posture, rubbing her fake belly and talking to it out loud. By the time she turned 16, she was begging Mom to let her be a practice surrogate for her infertile work friends. And when she turned 18, Mom threw her a massive party, not for graduating high school, but for signing her first surrogacy contract. Everyone was calling her a blessing and an angel while I sat in the corner feeling like I was at a livestock auction. Within 3 years, Daniela had carried 3 babies for 3 different couples. Each time she came home from the hospital, Mom would parade her around town like she'd won a Nobel Prize. Look at my generous daughter giving the gift of life. Meanwhile, I was getting a biomed degree, volunteering at women's shelters, and learning about bodily autonomy. But none of that mattered. Such a waste of a perfectly good uterus. Mom would tell anyone who'd listen. Her sister has blessed 3 families, while this one hoards her fertility for herself. The most terrifying part was watching Daniela deteriorate. After her 4th pregnancy at 22, she could barely walk without pain. Her hips were destroyed. She had constant infections and her hair was falling out in chunks. But when I tried to talk to her about it, she grabbed my hands with tears in her eyes. "Maria, this is what I was made for. My body is a vessel for miracles. Why can't you understand that?" That's when I knew she was gone. So, I played along just enough to keep Mom off my back. I told her I was considering pregnancy, wore looser clothes to family events, and even Googled fertility clinics in front of her, all while secretly taking the LSAT and applying to law schools across the country. I specialized in reproductive rights and medical ethics, spending years helping women escape forced pregnancy situations. By 28, I was finally making a difference. So, When Mom invited me to Daniela's celebration dinner, I figured it was just another pregnancy announcement. Boy, was I wrong. Turns out it was an effing intervention. "Sweetie, you're not getting any younger," Mom announced while Daniela sat beside her, belly swollen with pregnancy number 4. "So, I've taken the liberty of starting your fertility treatments." Before I could respond, she pulled out a syringe filled with hormones. "Just a little boost to get those eggs flowing." I jumped back, but Daniela grabbed my arms from behind. "Please, Maria, just try it. I've already found the perfect couple for your first baby." I screamed and fought, but Mom was already coming at me with the needle. That's when I noticed the other syringes on the table. They'd been planning this. As Mom plunged the needle into my thigh, I felt the cold liquid burn through my muscle. Within minutes, my vision blurred and my ovaries felt like they were on fire. Through the haze, I heard Mom on the phone. This was trafficking. I woke up in the ICU with ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome so severe they nearly had to remove everything. My mom stood towering over me. "We only brought you here because we wanted to save your womb," was the first thing she said. I pressed the red button for the nurse. She took one look at my mom and escorted her out to perform private examinations. As soon as we were alone, I felt even worse because she wrapped her arms around me and asked if I was okay. I broke down crying because the whole thing made me realize how terrible my mom actually was. I ended up opening up to her, and she seemed completely shocked by what I said and asked me to repeat everything. The next hour consisted of me completely unloading everything. The surrogacy, the favoritism, the abuse. As soon as I was done crying, she called hospital security to ban my mother from my room. And I didn't know it at the time, but with the help of just one nurse, I was about to make my family pay. The nurse returned 20 minutes later with a uniformed officer who introduced himself as Detective Rodriguez from the Domestic Violence Unit. He pulled up a chair beside my bed while the nurse adjusted my four. "Maria, I specialize in cases involving reproductive coercion and forced medical procedures," he explained, pulling out a small recorder. "What your mother did constitutes assault, and based on what the nurse told me, this might be part of a larger pattern." Through the glass window of my room, I saw movement in the hallway. My mother was trying to push through the emergency exit door, her face twisted with rage. She spotted me looking and pressed against the glass, mouthing words I couldn't hear at first. Then she exaggerated her lip movements. "Ungrateful bitch." My phone started buzzing on the bedside table. Detective Rodriguez glanced at it as message after message popped up on the screen. "May I?" he asked, and I nodded. The texts were all from Daniela. "How could you involve police? Mom was helping you. You're destroying our family. All she wanted was for you to experience motherhood." Detective Rodriguez set the phone down carefully. "This isn't the first complaint we've received about forced fertility treatments. There's been a pattern, particularly involving medical practitioners at certain clinics." He paused, studying my reaction. "Your mother? Does she work in the medical field?" My stomach dropped. "She's a receptionist at Blessed Beginnings Fertility Clinic." His expression darkened. A hospital social worker knocked and entered, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes who froze when she saw my chart. "Maria Gonzalez. Your mother is Patricia Gonzalez. You know her?" The social worker hesitated, clutching her clipboard tighter. We've had some interactions. Let me get you some resources." She fumbled through her papers, clearly uncomfortable. Detective Rodriguez made notes while I described the intervention dinner. The social worker kept glancing at the door, and I noticed her hands shaking slightly as she handed me pamphlets about domestic violence resources. "I need to check something," I said, reaching for my phone. I logged into my medical portal, scrolling through recent documents. There it was, dated 3 months ago, right after I'd casually mentioned to Mom that James and I were thinking about our future. My medical power of attorney had been changed to my mother. "This isn't my signature," I said, showing them the document. "Someone might write if they were tracing." Before anyone could respond, a man in an expensive suit strode into the room. "I'm representing Patricia Gonzalez. I understand there's been a misunderstanding regarding my client's daughter's medical care." That was fast. Detective Rodriguez muttered. The lawyer smoothed his tie. Maria is clearly suffering from hormone-induced psychosis. Her mother was simply trying to help when Maria became violent. We're requesting an immediate psychiatric evaluation. I'm not psychotic, I protested. The hormones in your system suggest otherwise. Ovarian hyperstimulation can cause severe mood disturbances, paranoia, even hallucinations. The hallway suddenly filled with noise. Daniela appeared with 5 small children clinging to her maternity dress. Aunt Maria needs help, she announced loudly to anyone who would listen. She's been struggling with jealousy issues for years. Hospital security arrived, trying to maintain order as the children started crying. Daniela bounced the youngest on her hip while rubbing her pregnant belly with her free hand. I grabbed my phone to call my law firm, needing backup. The receptionist answered on the second ring. Oh, Maria, your mother called earlier. She explained about your situation. Don't worry. We're handling your caseload while you recover. What? No, I'm fine. I need to speak to the partners. I think it's best if you focus on getting better. Your mother said the breakdown was quite severe. I hung up, my hands trembling. Through the window, I watched my mother pull something from her purse, showing it to her lawyer. Keys, my apartment keys, my car keys. She started reciting something, and though I couldn't hear her, I recognized the pattern. She was listing my work schedule. Monday, she has court at 9 o'clock. Tuesday is client meetings until 6 o'clock. Wednesday, she volunteers at the women's shelter. The lawyer nodded along, taking notes. James burst through the door, still in his work clothes. Maria, I got your text. What's? But Daniela intercepted him in the hallway, placing a manicured hand on his arm. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but I saw her gesture toward me, then touch her temple in the universal sign for crazy. She pulled out her phone, showing him something on the screen. The nurse who'd been helping me earlier returned with a plastic bag. These are the belongings you came in with, she said, but her expression was troubled. She pulled out several glossy brochures from Blessed Beginnings Fertility Clinic. The signature matched the one on my power of attorney document. The hospital administrator appeared in the doorway, a thin woman with a practiced smile. Given the circumstances and the family's concerns, we think it might be best to transfer Maria to our psychiatric ward for a full evaluation, just as a precaution. Through the glass, my mother smiled. Detective Rodriguez stood up. She's not going anywhere without a court order. Of course, the administrator said smoothly. We're simply considering all options for Maria's well-being. My phone buzzed again. This time it was my law school mentor, Professor Chin. Just got off the phone with your mother. She's very concerned about your pregnancy delusions. Said you've been fixating on having a baby, but your body won't cooperate. Is everything okay? I wanted to scream. Every avenue of my life was being systematically poisoned. I looked at Detective Rodriguez, then at the social worker who still wouldn't meet my eyes, then at James in the hallway with Daniela still whispering in his ear. The evaluation, I said suddenly. I'll do it. I'll prove I'm competent. The lawyer smiled. Excellent. Dr. Margaret Whitfield will perform the evaluation. She's the best in the state. The name sounded familiar. Then it hit me, Mom's book club. Dr. Whitfield had been coming to our house for monthly meetings for over a decade, but it was too late to take it back. The administrator was already making arrangements, and my mother's smile through the glass had turned triumphant. The nurse squeezed my hand as she checked my one more time. She leaned close, pretending to adjust my pillow. Whatever happens, don't sign anything else, she whispered. And check your phone's location settings. Someone's been tracking you. As everyone filed out to make arrangements for my evaluation, I noticed something else. Daniela was showing James her phone again, and this time, I caught a glimpse of the screen. It was a text conversation, but not recent ones. These were from 2 years ago when James and I had first started dating, and I'd mentioned that maybe someday, far in the future, we might want kids. She was building a case that I'd always wanted children, that this was all my own frustrated desire manifesting as paranoia. And from the look on James' face, it was working. The psychiatric evaluation was scheduled for tomorrow morning. As I lay in that hospital bed, watching my mother orchestrate my destruction through a pane of glass, I realized the true horror of my situation. She'd been planning this for years, waiting for the perfect moment to spring her trap, and I'd walked right into it. The psychiatric evaluation was set for 8 a.m. I spent the night rehearsing answers in my head, trying to anticipate Dr. Whitfield's questions. The nurse from the earlier shift had slipped me a sedative, whispering that I'd need rest to appear stable. But sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw my mother's triumphant smile through that glass. Around 3 a.m., my phone lit up with an Instagram notification. Daniela had posted a photo from last month's family dinner. There I was, slumped in my chair, eyes glazed. The caption read, "Some women struggle more than others to accept their maternal calling." Posted 3 weeks ago, but I was just seeing it now. The comments were full of sympathy for her and concern for me. I scrolled through her feed with growing horror. She'd been documenting my journey for months. Photos of me at family gatherings, always looking tired or distracted. Captions about my baby fever and fertility struggles. In one video, I was playing with her youngest daughter, and Daniela had added a text overlay, "She'll be such a good mom when she stops fighting nature." My work email pinged, then pinged again and again. I opened it to find my inbox flooded with messages. The subject lines made my blood run cold. "Thinking of you during this difficult time. Take all the time you need. Your health comes first." My mother had sent an email to my entire firm from my account. I read it with shaking hands. "Dear colleagues, I'm writing to inform you that I'll be taking an indefinite leave of absence to address some personal health matters. As many of you know, I've been struggling with fertility issues and the emotional toll has become overwhelming. My family is helping me get the treatment I need. Please redirect all urgent matters to the managing partners. Thank you for your understanding during this difficult time. Maria." The timestamp showed it was sent at 2:47 a.m. While I was lying here wide awake, I tried to log into my work account to send a retraction, but my password had been changed. My hands fumbled with the password reset, but the recovery email had been switched to one I didn't recognize. My mother had locked me out of my own professional life. 3 of my clients had already responded with supportive messages, women I'd helped escape abusive situations, now believing I was having a mental health crisis. One wrote, "I always sensed you carried deep pain about motherhood. Please don't let it consume you like it almost consumed me." The irony made me want to vomit. By 6 a.m., the psychiatric ward's morning shift was arriving. I watched through my door's window as staff members whispered to each other, glancing in my direction. News traveled fast in hospitals. They all knew I was the woman who'd attacked her mother for trying to help with fertility treatments. A breakfast tray arrived, but I couldn't eat. My hands shook too badly to hold the plastic spoon steady. When I tried to drink the juice, I noticed a bitter aftertaste and set it down immediately. After what I'd learned about the drugging at family dinners, I couldn't trust anything. Detective Rodriguez arrived at 7:30, looking exhausted. "I've been investigating all night," he said quietly, pulling his chair close. "Your mother's name appears in several concerning patterns at that fertility clinic." "But Maria," he hesitated, "the evidence is complicated. She's been very careful to make everything look like loving family support." "What kind of patterns?" I asked. "Young women, mostly from troubled backgrounds, who suddenly decide to become egg donors or surrogates after meeting with clinic staff. Your mother often handles their intake paperwork." He showed me a folder. "But here's the problem. They all sign consent forms. They all pass psychological evaluations. On paper, everything looks legitimate because the system is designed to protect the clinic, not the women," I said. He nodded grimly. "I need more evidence to build a case. But right now, I'm more concerned about getting you through this evaluation safely." Dr. Whitfield arrived precisely at 8 a.m., carrying a leather briefcase and wearing a sympathetic smile that didn't reach her eyes. She was exactly as I remembered from Mom's book club meetings. Silver-haired, professionally dressed with reading glasses on a pearl chain. "Maria, dear," she said warmly, Your mother has told me so much about your struggles. Detective Rodriguez started to object, but she held up a manicured hand. I'm afraid this evaluation must be conducted privately. Standard protocol. I'm staying, he said firmly. Then I'll have to note in my report that the patient required police supervision, which suggests violent tendencies. Her smile never wavered. Your choice, detective. He looked at me, jaw clenched. I nodded slightly. We both knew she'd already made up her mind about her report. Having him removed would just give her more ammunition. After he left, Dr. Whitfield settled into the visitor's chair and opened her briefcase. Inside, I glimpsed what looked like completed forms, the evaluation results already written. Now then, she began, pulling out a tablet. Let's talk about your relationship with motherhood. For the next hour, every question was a trap. When I explained I'd chosen career over children, she typed notes about defensive rejection of femininity. When I mentioned helping women escape reproductive coercion, she murmured about projection of internal conflicts. When I tried to tell her about the forced injection, she asked if I often felt persecuted by maternal figures. Your mother mentioned you've been playing with dolls recently, she said, studying me over her glasses. What? No, I haven't. She found them in your apartment. Baby dolls hidden in your closet. She showed me a photo on her tablet. 3 dolls I'd never seen before, tucked behind my winter coats. It's quite common for women experiencing fertility grief to regress to childhood coping mechanisms. I stared at the photo, my mind racing. The dolls were positioned carefully, as if someone had staged them. One was holding a tiny bottle. Another had a miniature diaper bag. The third was wrapped in a blanket that looked handmade. Those aren't mine, I said. Denial is also common, doctor, Whitfield replied, typing rapidly. Maria, there's no shame in wanting children. But when that desire becomes so overwhelming that you lash out at family members trying to help. She injected me with fertility hormones against my will. She tried to give you a vitamin supplement. According to witnesses, you became violent and had to be restrained. She tilted her head sympathetically. The mind can play tricks when we're under stress. Sometimes we misinterpret loving gestures as attacks. My phone buzzed, a notification from my bank. A large withdrawal from my savings account. When I tried to check it, Dr. Whitfield reached over and gently took the phone. Let's focus on our conversation, she said, placing it in her briefcase. Tell me about your jealousy toward Daniela. I'm not jealous of my sister. 7 successful pregnancies, a loving family, the admiration of your community. She leaned forward. Meanwhile, you've dedicated your life to preventing other women from experiencing motherhood. Don't you see the connection? Every protest I made was twisted into evidence of my instability. By the time she finished, she'd painted a picture of a woman so consumed by fertility grief that she'd constructed an elaborate persecution fantasy rather than admit her own desires. That's when I heard a soft click coming from my pillow, an almost imperceptible sound, but one that woke me from my emotional anesthesia. A tiny note slipped from the inside of the pillowcase. Trembling, I pretended to sneeze to cover the gesture, while I discreetly picked it up with my free hand. It was folded twice with a single line written in thin, precise letters. Equipment room, corridor 3C, 10 p.m. SC. My heart raced. SC, Sarah Chen, the nurse. She was still here. I pretended to be exhausted, resting my head to the side. Dr. Whitfield closed the tablet with a satisfied snap, as if she had just completed clean surgical work. That will be all for today, Maria, she said with a voice sweet as poison. The team will decide the next steps of your treatment with great care. Your mother is anxious to see you again when you're more cooperative. She left with light steps like someone who had just organized a shelf, not ruined someone's life, and I stayed there motionless until the shift change. At 9:45 p.m., I went to the bathroom. I stayed long enough to throw them off, removed the monitoring bracelet they hadn't activated yet, and stumbled through the silent corridors of the administrative wing. I reached 3C. The equipment room door was ajar. Sarah was there, but now without a lab coat. She wore dark civilian clothes and gloves. Around her neck, a badge that didn't say nurse, but rather U.S. Department of Justice. She looked me in the eyes firmly, then handed me a small pen drive. I am Sarah Chun, FBI Special Agent. I've been undercover at this clinic for 14 months investigating a network of reproductive trafficking, medical coercion, and money laundering. And Maria, you just became the centerpiece of it all. I sat on a metal bench, my body still trembling. My mother, I whispered, is one of the network's coordinators, not just an accomplice. She organizes recruitments, coerces women to become surrogates against their will, and profits from the illegal sale of babies. And your sister, she hesitated, isn't a victim, Maria. She's an active accomplice. My mouth went dry. Sarah opened the laptop and showed me a video. In it, my mother appeared with Daniela in a room similar to the clinic's. The image wasn't perfect, but the audio was clear. She still resists too much, said my mother. We'll break her down gradually, said Daniela calmly. Leave her without support. Make it seem like she went crazy. And when she's down, she'll beg to be part of it. I cried silently. Sarah paused. Dr. Whitfield forged your psychiatric diagnosis. And there's more. James was placed in your life. One of the victims who disappeared was his ex-girlfriend. We have strong evidence that he was blackmailed. He might be at risk, too. Couldn't breathe. It was as if all the memories of recent years had been replaced by a meticulously constructed lie. Sarah held my hands. But you have a chance to turn the tables. How? She handed me a small briefcase with microcameras, transmitters, and a secure cell phone. You're going back home pretending to be getting better. They'll lower their guard, and you're going to record everything. What if they discover me? Then, Maria, said Sarah with the look of someone who had seen hell up close, you do what your mother always feared you would do. Tell the truth. The next morning, while the hospital bustled with its whispers and routines, I was transferred home. Dr. Whitfield had declared to the medical committee that I was responding well to treatment and could continue recovery in a familiar environment under light monitoring. Light. That word made me laugh inside. What was light about any of this? Daniela was waiting for me in the lobby with two of her children who smiled but had that strange look of children trained to appear perfect. When I approached, she hugged me with theatrical tenderness. We're so happy to have you back, Maria. The whole family is going to help you find your way, she said, as if reciting a play. My way. As if I had gotten lost, as if I had rebelled against a correct trajectory. Sarah had given me a phone with a secure channel. An emergency button would activate a silent GPS and a direct voice call with her anywhere. The microcameras were disguised as everyday objects. A pendant, a coat button, a pen. The watch on my wrist transmitted everything. When I arrived at my mother's house, a nauseating smell of lavender hit my stomach. I had always hated that smell since I was a teenager. It was the same aroma used in the relaxation sessions she promoted, where she forced us to listen to conscious motherhood audios and guided hypnosis exercises. Yes, she had always been shaping what would be our role. Now I just needed to pretend and record. The following days were meticulously planned by them. I was treated like a patient in recovery, but everything was theatrical. Breakfast with natural teas, which I never drank. Daily conversation sessions with Daniela where she spoke at length about the gift of being a woman, about how I had distanced myself from who I was and how that could be reversed with love, patience, and a little hormonal guidance. The cameras recorded everything. Every phrase, every insinuation of manipulation, every dose of indoctrination. At night, when I locked myself in the old room, which now seemed like a disguised cell, I analyzed the audios with Sarah. She told me about other women, 20 as far as they could track. Young women, orphans, refugees, girls from rigid religious families, all easy targets. And the most terrifying part, some had disappeared. Officially, they were in rehabilitation clinics abroad, but there were no consistent records, no messages, no trace. It's like a private prison for those who fail the mission, said Sarah. And we only have days before something happens to you, too. On one of those early mornings while searching the house, I found a hidden storage room in the basement. The door was behind a false cabinet. It was locked, But Sarah had anticipated this. She had given me a digital opening tool. Inside, my body froze. Boxes and more boxes of documents, passports, photos of newborns with names and dates, a panel with crossed-out names, dates, and values in dollars, pounds, euros. And then, in a thick envelope marked with my name, I found the medical report. Year 2008, I was 16. Cold words in typed letters. Preventive hormonal intervention. Ovarian modulation with partial blockage. Potential candidate for premium substitute uterus after academic stabilization. They had sterilized my fertility with a long-term plan. I was an investment like a breeding animal awaiting maturation. My stomach turned. I vomited right there on the cold cement floor. I recorded everything, scanned it, and sent it to Sarah. Climax of the week. Dinner. My mother summoned everyone. Daniela arrived in a beige dress clinging to her swollen belly. James came too. Yes, he still came. He exchanged embarrassed looks with me, but still acted like a puppet. We sat at the table, carefully arranged plates, soft light. I wore the necklace with the embedded camera. I said what Sarah suggested. I've been thinking. Maybe you're right. Maybe I resisted too much. A gleam crossed my mother's eyes. That's wonderful, dear. We're here to help you return to what you always were. In fact, said Daniela with the sweet tone of poison, we found a very loving French couple. They would very much like to talk to you. I'd love to know more, I replied, smiling. My mother raised her glass. To Maria's new phase. May it be fertile, she said, raising the toast. I took a deep breath. Before that, can I ask a question? Of course, she said, radiant. Why prepare me my whole life for this and take away my chance to choose? Silence. What do you mean? What? She said, feigning confusion. I'm asking if you remember what you had done to me at 16, because I found out and recorded it and sent it. The glass trembled in her hand. Daniela dropped her fork. You didn't understand anything, said my mother, her voice lower. That was for your own good. How is breaking a person for their own good? I shot back. Before I could continue, Daniela stood up. Quick. She walked to me and tore off the necklace. She's recording. She's recording everything? She screamed, lunging at me. James stood up, startled. My watch vibrated, signal that the transmission had been interrupted. I tried to run to the hallway, but they held me back. My mother whispered, You could have been part of this, Maria, but you preferred to be our enemy. It was at that moment I understood. There was no going back. I would have to escape and bring them down from the outside. I managed to break free with a sudden arm movement and a push that threw Daniela against the wall. The edge of a family photo frame fell to the floor and broke. I ran barefoot with my heart pounding in my chest without a plan. Just impulse. Behind me, I heard the screams, the sound of my mother ordering the doors to be locked, Daniela's desperate breathing. In the hallway, I bumped into James. He hesitated for a second, just a second, and I saw in his eyes the confusion, the guilt, the fear. I stretched out my arm and whispered, If there's still something human in you, let me pass. He moved his body aside and I went. I left through the back door, ran through the garden, jumped the fence. On the other side, the brush cut my skin. The earth soiled my feet, but I didn't stop. I went to a neighbor's car that I knew from childhood. It was unlocked. Phone on the dashboard. I stole it, called Sarah with trembling fingers. They're coming after me, I said, breathless. Stay calm. I'm tracking the backup signal. Go to the address I sent you in the escape protocol. It's saved on the phone's second chip. She hung up before I could respond. Undercover or not, she knew how to protect a victim on the run. The address took me to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. Sarah was already there, sitting on a bench with her arm bandaged. Were you attacked? They found out. They tried to silence me. She pointed to the backpack beside her. But before that, I managed to recover the cloud backups, their confession, the basement material, even the report of your sterilization. It's all here. I lost the camera, the necklace. It doesn't matter. You're alive. And now you have another role in this story. I opened the backpack and found what would change everything. a tablet configured for automatic live stream with ready links to social networks, whistleblowing forums, independent journalists, and an anonymous server. You're going to be the one to expose everything, said Sarah. What if they come first? They will come, she stared at me. That's why you need to run faster than them and scream louder. The next morning, the video started circulating. At the beginning, my face. Tired, hurt, but firm. My name is Maria Gonzalez. I'm a lawyer specializing in medical ethics and reproductive rights. In recent years, I've been targeted by an organization that presents itself as a fertility clinic. But behind the marketing, it hides an empire of coercion, manipulation, trafficking, and psychological violence against women. Behind me, boxes with documents, evidence, everything live. This network involves doctors, psychologists, lawyers, judges, and even police members. And it has a face. My mother, Patricia Gonzalez, and an accomplice, my sister, Daniela Gonzalez, recruiter and symbolic surrogate of a rotten system. I told everything, showed the files, the photos, the videos, the handwritten notes, the forged signatures, the document of my sterilization, the disappearance records of other victims. If something happens to me, I concluded, know that they tried to silence me, but the truth is already out, and there's no way to erase this from the world's memory. In less than an hour, the video was in every corner of the internet. Hashtags, shares, journalists commenting in real time, emails from victims arriving, people who had been through blessed beginnings and always felt something was wrong. But along with visibility came terror. I received the GPS notification. Movement detected. 2 vehicles approaching. Sarah pulled a gun from the backpack. We have to leave now. She unlocked the back gate of the warehouse and threw a backpack on my shoulders. We ran to an old pickup truck camouflaged as a delivery vehicle. We barely got in when a shot hit the wall where I had been seconds before. Daniela. She got out of a black SUV wearing sportswear, but with the face of a predator. Behind her, 2 men. One was a doctor, the other a police officer who had already visited the clinic. Sarah accelerated. They followed. The chase lasted half an hour. We entered a dirt road, jumped over bumps, almost overturned until Sarah lost control. I hit my head on the dashboard. The world spun. I was unconscious for a few minutes. When I woke up, she was no longer in the car. There was blood on the steering wheel. Sarah, I called, swallowing hard. I heard a noise. I got out of the car, staggering. And that's when I saw Sarah on the ground, being taken by 2 men, tied up. They got into a second car and disappeared. I tried to run but failed. I fell to my knees in the mud. James appeared shortly after. He was alone, hurt with a cut lip and torn shirt. I broke free from them, he said, breathless. I saw what you did. The video, Maria. Forgive me. I didn't know everything, but they used me. They threatened me. Rebecca, my ex. She disappeared after questioning Daniela. They said I would be next. Why are you here? To help you finish this. I know where they are. And there's more. That's when he took a laminated sheet from his pocket. A birth certificate. Your real birth certificate. I looked. Mother's name, Lucia Mendes. Father's name, Eduardo Gonzalez. You were adopted, he said. I mean kidnapped. Your biological mother worked at the clinic. She discovered the scheme. She tried to escape. She was never seen again. Patricia registered you as her daughter 2 months later. The pieces began to fit together. The inexplicable aversion I had always felt. The fragmented childhood memories. The dreams that were actually suppressed memories. Was Daniela also? No. Daniela was raised from birth by Patricia. She never knew another world. She's the perfect product, the ideal daughter, the successful experiment. So she was never my sister. James nodded. You have no idea what she's capable of doing to keep that world alive. She's already started, I replied. The phone screen lit up with a notification. Live suspended. Account banned for offensive content report. Silence. James looked at me. Then we're going to the heart of this. And end everything. The clinic. That's where they are. And they're not alone. What? There's a hidden place. He swallowed hard. An underground floor with women pregnant, imprisoned. My breath failed. We're going to free them and show this to the world. Even if we die trying? I asked. He answered without hesitation. I'd rather die free than live as an accomplice. We looked at each other. Then I started walking. Behind me, James. The rain was falling. The pickup truck tires spun in the mud, and the world out there finally began to see the truth. The Blessed Beginnings Clinic seemed too peaceful for anyone who knew what was hidden beneath its sterilized walls. White signs, artificial flowers in the windows. The smiling receptionist with perfect teeth. If I hadn't been through what I had been through, I would have found that place welcoming. But now every detail seemed like a trap. James and I arrived just before dawn. The plan was simple and insane. Invade the hidden basement, collect images, free the women, and expose the truth with a secure transmission that Sarah had programmed on a second server. More protected, harder to take down. We entered through the back. He still had a functional visitor badge, and with the shift change, no one noticed. We went straight past the consultation rooms, past the walls decorated with pictures of happy babies and inspirational phrases about the miracle of life. Everything was a lie. In the storage wing behind a false wall, one that James had discovered accidentally months before, there was a panel with a digital keypad. He typed the password, Life for All. The wall slid with a click. We went down a metal staircase that trembled with each step. The fluorescent light gave way to damp and stuffy concrete. And then the horror revealed itself. There was a corridor, and along it rooms with frosted glass doors. Inside, women of different ages, ethnicities, some too young, others visibly medicated. Some were crying, others were silent with empty eyes. Some with huge bellies, others recently given birth. There were no cribs. Where are the babies? I asked in shock. James lowered his eyes. Most never even get to know the mother who carried them. Tears burned my eyes. That wasn't a clinic. It was a human extraction camp. I took Sarah's tablet, started the transmission, connected to the secure network, started filming, my face on the screen. This is the truth. And then I showed everything. Room by room, name by name, document by document, the women's files, the syringes, the medical exams, the contracts with illegal clauses, the cell they called the restroom. The transmission exploded in minutes. Access began to rise, comments, reports, victims identifying themselves, lawyers offering support. A human rights lawyer went live on a parallel stream, confirming that she had already sued the clinic years before and that the case had been mysteriously filed away. Then we heard footsteps. Daniela. She came down the steps with an expression of pure hatred. She was alone but armed. The gun pointed at me. I loved you like a sister, she said. Even knowing you never were one. Sisters don't sell sisters, I replied. I gave my life for this cause. You destroyed everything. My name, my mission, my son. Your son? I asked, surprised. She hesitated. The gun trembled. He was born yesterday and was already delivered to a couple in Singapore. I never even held him. A brutal silence settled. She lowered the gun for a second. The mask of pride was crumbling. They said I couldn't. That attachment was weakness. That I'm too strong for that. You are also a victim, Daniela, since you were a baby. She laughed, bitter. No, I am the perfect product. What you refused to be. Behind me, one of the doors opened. One of the pregnant women, about 19 years old, came out holding her own belly. Is everything okay? She asked. That's when Daniela snapped. She screamed, pointed the gun at the girl. Don't move. Nobody leaves here. You are my legacy. No! I screamed, lunging forward. She pulled the trigger, but James was faster. He threw himself between Daniela and the young woman, pushing both to the sides. The gun fell. An intense fight began between James and Daniela. I ran to the pregnant woman, helping her out of the corridor. But it was when an alarm went off that I realized the security system had been activated. Daniela ran to the control panel, frantically typing codes. Sirens sounded. The steel doors began to close. The lights flickered. She's going to destroy everything, James shouted. She's going to seal the place. We can't leave these women here. I ran to the panel. The password was blocked. Then I looked at Daniela. She was bleeding, fallen against the wall, breathing with difficulty, but her eyes were still alive. Give me the password, I pleaded. She smiled with teeth dirty with blood. You can save the evidence or save them. You can't do both. That was it. The doors closing, the transmission still active, the complete backup on the tablet, and more than 20 women about to be trapped alive in a silent hell. Then I did what I knew she wouldn't do. I dropped the tablet, ran to the electrical panel, ripped out the power wires, the energy went out, the doors jammed, pow, but stopped closing. James ran to free the last women. We screamed names, embraced strangers, guided women with huge bellies through the dark corridors with cell phone flashlights. When we managed to get out, the sun was already rising. Behind us, the clinic was burning. A short circuit in the panel caused sparks, and the basement, with its files and with Daniela still inside, collapsed. She never came out. Daniela, the woman who lived to give life, died where lives were stripped of their right to exist fully. In the following weeks came the arrests. Operation Genesis, coordinated by the FBI with international support, closed clinics in 4 countries. Patricia Gonzalez was arrested trying to flee with false documents. Bail was denied. Dr. Whitfield, captured at a resort in Palm Springs, lost her license and will answer for falsifying reports and complicity in kidnapping. James, injured, testified as a key witness. He's still recovering, but visits me every week. Sarah, saved by federal agents, returned to active duty and now coordinates the Special Division of Reproductive Crimes. I found my biological mother. She was living under another name in federal protection. She was the one who reported the network years ago and disappeared to protect herself. She recognized me immediately. "Forgive me for not being able to protect you," she said. "Now I'm the one who will protect others." We founded the Aurora Institute, a non-profit organization to support victims of reproductive coercion. We receive dozens of women per week, and I speak with each one of them. I look them in the eyes and I say, "You are more than a uterus. You are an entire life that deserves to be respected." 2 months ago, I discovered I'm pregnant. Without hidden needles, without forced hormones, without pressure, without contracts, without pain. Just freedom. My body, my choice, my life, my rebirth. Now on to the next story. Story 3. I'm Thomas. I'm 28. I fix appliances for a living. Fridges, dryers, ovens, you name it. If it heats, cools, or spins, I can probably bring it back to life. Not the flashiest job, I know, but I'm good at it and it pays the bills. Most days, I work with my hands, grease under my fingernails, a flashlight between my teeth, and a screwdriver in my back pocket. I've built up a small client base in town and even picked up a few contracts with local landlords. It's not glamorous, but it's honest work and I sleep just fine at night. That said, I've never quite fit in with the rest of my family. My younger brother Tyler, he's 24, just graduated summa cum from some fancy university in Chicago with a degree in international business or economics or some other thing I'm supposed to be impressed by. And believe me, my parents haven't stopped reminding me of it since the day he got accepted. Mom's favorite pastime is comparing us. Usually while sipping her wine and making that smug face like she's narrating a documentary. "Tyler always had such discipline," she'll say, tilting her head toward him like he's a piece in a museum. "Thomas always liked to tinker," she adds like I'm some backyard lawn mower she caught chewing up a sock. "Dad's a little more subtle. He doesn't say much, but when he does, it hits like a brick. Like when he found out I didn't apply to any colleges after high school. He just nodded, looked out the window and said, 'Well, someone's got to turn the wrenches.' I guess I don't think he meant it cruelly, but I also don't think he's ever looked at me the same way since." Growing up, Tyler was the golden child. Not in a malicious way, at least not at first. He was just good at school. Teachers loved him. He played piano, got into student government, won scholarships. My parents practically built a shrine in the living room. Photos of him at spelling bees, debate tournaments, science fairs. Meanwhile, my corner had a school picture or two, a little dusty and always 1 year out of date. I try not to take it personally. I really did. I figured maybe we were just wired differently. Tyler liked classrooms and whiteboards. I liked engines and broken things. We both had our lanes. I stayed in mine, but somewhere along the way, those lanes turned into ranks. Tyler wasn't just different. He was better. And I wasn't just different. I was a disappointment. I started noticing it more once Tyler left for college. At first, I thought maybe with him gone, things would balance out, that maybe my parents would see me, really see me. I was working full-time by then, saving up, fixing up an old Chevy pickup on weekends. But every conversation seemed to boomerang back to Tyler. Tyler's professor says he could graduate a year early. Tyler's interning at a financial firm downtown. Can you believe it? Tyler's girlfriend is pre-law. She's very driven. I'd nod, try to stay polite, pretend I wasn't grinding my teeth. Eventually, I stopped joining them for Sunday dinners. It was easier than sitting there like a ghost while they planned Tyler's future like it was a royal coronation. The distance grew, slow but steady. I still showed up for birthdays, brought gifts, smiled for pictures, but there was always a weird tension, like I was a guest in a house I used to live in. My mom would ask things like, "So, are you still fixing those little machines?" with the same tone you'd use to ask if a dog still does tricks. My dad would offer vague nods, his attention always drifting back to the TV or to Tyler's newest internship story. Tyler, to his credit, wasn't outright cruel. Not in those early years. But he didn't stand up for me either. If mom or dad took a jab, he'd just chuckle or stay quiet. I think he liked being the favorite. Who wouldn't? Then came the graduation. Tyler was finishing his final semester, and my parents planned this massive dinner at a fancy restaurant downtown. The kind of place with leather-bound menus and napkins folded like origami. I got a text from my mom, 2 weeks before Tyler's graduation dinner. Friday at 7 o'clock. Dress nice. Don't be late. No, please. No. Hope you can make it. Just an order. Like a summons. I almost didn't go. I had a repair job that day that ran long, and I was already dreading the fake smiles and inevitable comments. But something in me, some leftover thread of obligation or pride, made me show up. I ironed a clean shirt, combed my hair, left my work van at home, and took my old pickup instead. I even bought a gift, a leather briefcase I thought Tyler might actually use in his new career. It wasn't cheap, but it felt like the right gesture. Peace offering, maybe. I got to the restaurant 5 minutes early. The hostess checked the reservation and gave me a weird look, like she was expecting someone else. "A table for 12, right?" I asked. She glanced at the seating chart, then nodded and led me through the dining room to this massive table near the windows. The whole family was already there. My parents, Tyler, some cousins, even our aunt and uncle who'd flown in from out of state. Everyone had a seat. Every single one except me. There was no empty chair. At first, I thought maybe someone had gotten up to use the bathroom or stepped out to take a call. But no, every chair was claimed. My dad was halfway through a martini. My mom was laughing too loudly at something Tyler had said. And nobody even looked surprised to see me, just vaguely annoyed. I hovered there for a second, briefcase in one hand, trying not to let my face show what my gut already knew. "Oh, hey," I said. "Looks like there's one too few chairs." My mom looked up at me like I just interrupted her favorite show. "Oh," she said, barely hiding a smirk. "Well, I didn't think you were actually coming." She didn't even blink when she said it. "I texted you," I reminded her. "Yes, and you didn't RSVP. I assumed you had your little jobs or something." "I finished in time," I said, keeping my tone even. "Well," she said, sipping her wine, "I suppose you can ask the waiter to bring an extra chair if they have one. Not we'll ask. Not let's fix this. Just toss the problem in my lap and move on." Tyler looked up then, finally noticing me, and said, "Hey man," with a casual nod, like we bumped into each other at a gas station. No effort to get up, no apology, nothing. I just stood there feeling like a coat someone forgot to hang up. My hands were sweaty around the gift bag. The air felt thick, the kind of thick that tells you you're not wanted. The hostess was still nearby, and I caught her eye. "Could we get one more chair?" I asked, already regretting it. She glanced at the already crammed table and shook her head apologetically. I'm so sorry. Fire code won't allow us to squeeze in another at that table. My mom turned back to her wine. Well, that settles that. I just stood there and nobody said a word. No one offered to swap tables. No one said, hey, maybe we made a mistake. Not even a half-hearted sorry. Just silence. And that was the moment something cracked. Not a big dramatic explosion. Not yet. Just a hairline fracture. But I felt it like something deep inside me quietly stood up even if I hadn't moved an inch. I didn't argue. I didn't beg. I just forced a tight smile, set the gift down next to Tyler's plate, and said, congratulations. Then I turned around and walked out. But that wasn't the end. Not even close. Because a week later I got a phone call. One that would set everything in motion. One that would lead to the moment when the waiter would place a $2,800 bill in front of me and everything would finally snap. Let me tell you how we got there. After I left the restaurant that night, I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I didn't punch the steering wheel or rant on social media. I just drove. The city lights blurred past my window, all golden and cold. I don't even remember where I went. I think I parked behind an old grocery store and sat there for an hour, the smell of motor oil still clinging to my hands. My phone buzzed a couple times. Nothing from my parents, of course. A couple texts from friends asking how the dinner went. I didn't answer. I wasn't sure how to explain being invited to a celebration and treated like a server who wandered in by mistake. What stung wasn't just the lack of a chair. It was the complete lack of hesitation. Like they didn't even consider me a variable worth planning for. Like I wasn't a son or a brother or a person with feelings. Just a background fixture. The family fridge guy. The one they only acknowledge when the garbage disposal breaks or the washing machine leaks. And Tyler, he was the worst part of it. That little nod that week, hey man. Like we hadn't grown up in the same house. Like I hadn't shared a room with him until he was 10. I remember teaching him how to tie a fishing knot in the backyard, helping him build a soapbox car for that derby race in middle school, sitting next to him when he broke his arm falling off the trampoline. And now I didn't even rate a folding chair next to the damn bread basket. But I didn't say anything. Not yet. I went home that night and took the gift receipt out of my glove box. The briefcase was still in its bag, unopened on Tyler's end of the table. I called the store and explained the situation. The guy on the phone was nice enough. Said I could come in the next day and get a refund as long as the tag was still on. It was. So, I got my $179 back, bought myself a new ratchet set I'd been eyeing for months, and figured that would be the end of it. Except it wasn't. A week later, I got a call from my mom. No apology, no mention of the dinner. Just her usual clipped tone like I was an employee who'd missed a memo. Thomas, honey, she said. You got the bill from Shay Lambert, right? I frowned. What bill? For Tyler's dinner, she said, like it was obvious. The waiter said you were covering it. I almost laughed. What? No, I wasn't. She sighed like I was being difficult. Well, the waiter came straight to you, didn't he? We assumed you were taking care of it. I sat down on my couch, stunned. Why would I do that? There was a pause. Then with just a touch of venom, you make good money, Thomas. It's not like you have tuition or student loans or anything like that. We figured it was your way of supporting your brother. I felt my throat go dry. You figured I'd pay $2,800 because I don't have loans? It's not that much, she snapped. It's a special occasion. You could have planned for it. I wasn't even given a seat. Oh, don't be dramatic, she said. You left before the entree. That's your fault. My hands were shaking now. Not with rage yet. More like this creeping disbelief, like I was seeing just how far off the rails this train had gone. Let me get this straight. You booked a huge dinner. Didn't reserve a seat for me. Didn't say anything when I showed up and was left standing like an idiot, and then told the waiter I was covering the bill. We didn't tell him, she said. But it was too fast, too rehearsed. Then why'd he come to me? Another pause. I think your uncle might have said something, she muttered. We all just assumed you were handling it. I hung up, not in anger, just slowly, calmly. I needed space. If I stayed on the line, I was gonna say something I couldn't take back. And that was when the messages started. First, it was my dad. I know this is a lot, but your mom is stressed. We were counting on you. Then Tyler, dude, come on. It was my graduation. You know how important that was to them. My aunt even chimed in, you're the oldest. That means something in this family. Sometimes you do things not because you want to, but because you should. It was like being gaslit in group chat form. I didn't reply. I blocked the number from the restaurant just in case. And I tried to move on. But it didn't stop there. The next weekend, my cousin Melissa, who I barely speak to, tagged me in a Facebook post with a picture of the graduation dinner. The caption said, "Thanks to my amazing cousin Thomas for making this night possible." The comments were full of people saying things like, "So generous and what a great big brother." And, "Wow, you really stepped up." I wanted to scream. It was like they were publicly rewriting the story, painting me as this gracious benefactor when in reality, I'd been humiliated, cornered, and almost scammed out of $3,000. I didn't comment. I didn't like the post. I just let it sit there festering. That Monday, I got a knock on my door. It was my dad. I hadn't seen him in person since before the dinner. He was holding a manila envelope and wearing that tight-lipped look he got whenever he was about to deliver bad news disguised as logic. "Can I come in?" he asked. I didn't move. "What's in the envelope?" He held it up. "Itemized breakdown from the restaurant. Thought you might want it for your records." I almost laughed. "I didn't pay for the dinner." His jaw tightened. "Thomas, no. I didn't agree to it. I didn't offer. I wasn't even seated." He stepped inside anyway, like it was still his house. Sat down on my recliner like he owned the place. Set the envelope on my coffee table. "Your mother's upset," he said. I leaned against the kitchen doorway, arms crossed. "She made that pretty clear. You embarrassed her by not paying for a dinner I wasn't part of." He didn't answer, just looked around my apartment, eyes lingering on the tools in the corner, the open laptop, the half-finished sandwich on the counter. I could see the wheels turning, the silent judgment, the calculation of how I lived versus how Tyler would live once he landed his first big job in Manhattan or DC. "I know you and your mother don't always see eye to eye," he said finally. "But she's trying." I raised an eyebrow. "Trying what?" "To include you two." I held up a hand. "Stop. Just stop." He looked up at me then. Really looked. And for once, I saw something flicker behind his eyes. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe it was regret. Or maybe he just realized I wasn't a kid anymore. That I wasn't going to take this lying down. I walked over, picked up the envelope, and tore it clean in half. Then I opened the door. "Thomas, no." I said, "I'm done." And he left. That night, I lay awake staring at the ceiling. My mind replayed every snub, every slight, every little moment over the years when I'd swallowed my pride to keep the peace. When I'd fixed their dryer for free, tuned up their cars, built Tyler a custom desk for college. Every time I'd stepped up, they'd barely looked up from their wine glasses. And now they wanted my money, too. No, not this time. I didn't know how yet, but I was going to make a point. Not just for me, but for every black sheep who ever got trampled while the golden child got crowned. And it started with a little idea, just a seed. But once it started growing, I couldn't stop watering it because revenge was long overdue and I was done being quiet. If I'm being honest, I thought the drama had peaked. After the dinner disaster, the fake bill, and my parents' bizarre guilt tripping, I figured the worst had passed. I even started telling myself they'd just been caught up in the moment. That maybe I overreacted, that families do stupid things sometimes, and maybe, just maybe, it was all a misunderstanding layered in poor communication and worse assumptions. But then the betrayal came. And it wasn't loud or public or explosive. Not at first. It was quiet, subtle, the kind of betrayal that sinks its teeth in slowly until you're bleeding before you even realize you've been bitten. It started with a phone call from my cousin Jenna. "Hey," she said, her voice a little too hesitant. "Can I ask you something weird?" "Sure," I said, wiping grease off my hands. I was elbow-deep in a busted washer at the time and half listening. "Did you really co-sign a loan for Tyler's condo?" That made me pause. What? She continued carefully. My dad said Tyler got this crazy good deal on a 2-bedroom downtown. Said your name was on the paperwork, that you were backing the mortgage. I sat there stunned. No, absolutely not. I didn't sign anything. Okay, she said quickly. I figured. It just didn't sound like you. I got off the phone and my stomach dropped. That weird cold kind of panic. You know the one, the slow, creeping dread that tells you something is deeply wrong, but you don't know how deep the hole goes yet. I called my bank first. No new activity, no major withdrawals, no credit dings. Then I called a buddy who works in real estate financing. I asked him what someone would need to do to fake a cosign or add someone as a silent guarantor. He laughed at first. Dude, you're not serious. I think someone used my name, I said quietly. That shut him up. Well, it's hard, but not impossible. If someone had access to your signature, social, maybe a scan of your ID. Yeah, they could fake enough to make it work for a lazy lender. That's when I remembered the Thanksgiving before last. Tyler had asked to borrow my ID for something. I don't even remember what. Something stupid. Just for a second, he'd said, I need to scan the barcode on the back for this online rebate. And stupid me, I handed it over. I didn't think much of it at the time. Why would I? He was my brother. My golden child brother who always got the benefit of the doubt even from me. I tried calling him straight to voicemail. Then I texted, we need to talk urgently. No reply. I called my mom. She answered on the third ring. All sweetness and fake concern. Hi, sweetheart. How's your week been? I didn't bother with small talk. Did Tyler use my name for his mortgage? She hesitated long enough to tell me everything I needed to know. Thomas, I didn't want you to find out this way, she said quietly. I closed my eyes. So it's true. It's not what you think. Then explain it to me. She sighed like she was the one who'd been wronged. The loan officer said Tyler needed a stronger financial profile to get approved. He was just a few points short. And your file is so clean, so stable. You mean boring and blue collar? That's not what I said, but it's what you meant. She didn't respond to that. I stood up from the floor, blood pounding in my ears. You used my credit without my permission. It was just a signature, she said quickly. Just one form. Tyler assured me he'd make all the payments himself. You wouldn't even notice. I noticed, Mom. I noticed because someone in this family actually respects me enough to tell me the truth. Jenna, she hissed under her breath like the name itself was a betrayal. She shouldn't have said anything. She shouldn't have had to. I was shouting now. I didn't care. I'd held back long enough, bitten my tongue through years of backhanded compliments and dismissive shrugs. And now they'd taken it a step further. They hadn't just ignored me. They'd used me, my credit, my name, and for what? A granite countertop and a view of the skyline. My mom switched tactics. You're blowing this out of proportion. It's just paperwork. Tyler's responsible. He'll keep up with everything. You forged my signature. It wasn't forging, she snapped, slipping out of her fake sweet tone. It was a necessity. And there it was. No apology, no remorse, just entitlement wrapped in excuses. I hung up. 10 minutes later, Tyler finally called back. Before you say anything, he said, let me explain. You've got 30 seconds. He sighed. I didn't mean for you to find out like this, but it's done. The place is mine now. I'm already moved in. I've got a job lined up. Everything's set. You forged a signature, Tyler. I didn't forge it. Mom helped. She said it'd be easier. I interrupted him. Do you even hear yourself? You're bragging about a crime like it's a group project. I needed that place. It was a once-in-a-lifetime deal. And you weren't using your credit for anything important anyway. That did it. You weren't using it. Come on, he said, exasperated. You live in a one-bedroom above a bakery. You drive a truck from the Bush era. You don't even have a mortgage. I wasn't using it, I repeated, lower this time. Like I'm some tool you keep in the shed until you need to borrow it. He didn't reply. I hung up again. I sat in silence for a long time after that. Just me and the faint hum of the fridge. My hands were still dirty from work, but I didn't care. I stared at the wall like I was waiting for it to move. This wasn't just about the dinner anymore or the money or even the lack of a chair. It was about trust. About the last brittle thread that had held our family together, frayed and faded, but still there. Now it was gone, snapped. They hadn't just overlooked me. They hadn't just disrespected me. They had used me, manipulated me. And worst of all, they thought they'd get away with it. They thought I'd stay quiet. Be the good, silent brother who fixes things and never asks for thanks. Who gets excluded and keeps showing up. Who gets handed the bill and just swallows the cost. But I wasn't that guy anymore. That guy was gone. And the man who replaced him, he was planning something. Something careful, something long overdue. And Tyler, he was about to learn what it really meant to be in debt. I didn't sleep that night. It wasn't the usual tossing and turning kind of insomnia either. It was that quiet, heavy kind. The kind where you lie perfectly still in the dark, staring at the ceiling, your mind a tornado under the surface. My apartment was dead silent except for the refrigerator kicking on every so often and the occasional creak of the pipes behind the wall. But inside me there was noise, deafening, relentless noise. I'd always thought I had a high tolerance for disappointment. Growing up in my family, you had to. The bar for being enough had always been set somewhere just above my head. No matter how tall I stood or how hard I worked, I'd learned to shrug off backhanded compliments and jokes about my job. I thought I'd gotten good at letting things slide. But this wasn't something I could let slide. They used me. Not metaphorically, not emotionally, not even symbolically, legally. They committed fraud using my name, my credit, and my trust. And they did it with the same casualness someone might use to borrow a lawnmower or a cup of sugar. Tyler was smug about it. Mom acted like it was a formality, like I was just a signature away from being useful for once. I kept thinking about the phrase she'd used. You weren't using it. Like I was a storage unit they could crack open when needed. The next morning, I called my bank again. I had them flag my identity. I reported suspected identity misuse and requested copies of any inquiries under my name. The woman on the phone was kind. One of those warm-voiced people who knows when not to ask too many questions. She told me it would take a few business days for the documents to arrive, but they'd alert me to any suspicious activity in the meantime. Then I called the credit bureaus. Same deal. I added a fraud alert to my file. It wasn't a full freeze, but it was a start. It gave me a sense, however small, that I wasn't totally defenseless. After that, I sat on my couch in silence again, holding a mug of coffee I hadn't sipped. The world outside my window kept moving. Cars passed. Couple walked their dog. The bakery downstairs buzzed with morning customers. Everything was normal except me. I felt like I was stuck behind glass, like I could see the world, but I wasn't a part of it anymore. I was just watching and I hated it. By Friday, the documents from the bank and the credit bureaus arrived. There it was in black and white. My name tied to a loan I never signed for. My signature faked but close enough to fool someone who wasn't looking too hard. My address listed as a co-resident on a condo I'd never seen. I stared at the paperwork for a long time, feeling like my chest was slowly caving in. I'd never felt so humiliated or so trapped. Because here was the thing. Yes, I could press charges. Yes, I could hire a lawyer and burn it all to the ground. But if I did, it wouldn't just be Tyler I dragged down. It'd be my parents, too. My mom was listed as a witness on the documents. A witness, as if she'd just been standing by innocently watching the crime unfold. She'd signed her name like she was vouching for a bake sale. Any legal action would nuke whatever fragile pieces of our family were still intact. It would be war. Total, all-consuming war. And as much as I wanted justice, I wasn't ready for that. Not yet. So I did what I always did. I worked. I buried myself in service calls and appliance repairs. I fixed a rattling dishwasher for a newlywed couple and pretended I wasn't thinking about how my own family was crumbling. I rewired a dryer in a laundromat and told the owner the job took an extra hour just so I could stay there, out of the house, a little longer. I skipped the usual Friday check-in with my parents. That was always the day my mom would call with some passive-aggressive update about Tyler's life and I wasn't in the mood. I let her call go to voicemail. She didn't leave a message. I didn't hear from any of them for the next week, but that didn't mean they weren't thinking about me. On Monday, a letter came in the mail. It was handwritten, folded carefully into a cream-colored envelope. The handwriting was my dad's. Thomas, we're disappointed in how you've chosen to handle this situation. You were raised better than this. Your silence has caused a great deal of tension in the family. Tyler is starting a new chapter in his life, and your behavior is making things harder for everyone. He needs support, not sabotage. You may feel justified in your anger, but lashing out won't fix anything. We hope you'll come to your senses and apologize. Dad. I read it twice, then a third time. Apologize. Apologize. That was the moment I hit rock bottom. Not when I found out they'd used my name. Not when they tried to stick me with a nearly $3,000 bill. Not when they laughed off excluding me from a dinner they invited me to. No, it was this letter. The letter where they told me I owed them an apology. I folded the paper neatly, slid it back into the envelope, and tucked it into a shoe box with the other files I'd started collecting. Loan paperwork, bank documents, screenshots of texts. I wasn't ready to go nuclear, but I wasn't going to pretend it didn't happen either. Something inside me shifted that day. Before, I'd felt betrayed, hurt, angry, but also helpless. Now I was focused because it was clear they weren't going to back down. They weren't going to apologize. They weren't going to see what they'd done. To them, I was the villain for reacting to being wronged. They thought if they kept ignoring me long enough, I'd come crawling back. They thought I'd play my part again. Quiet, reliable Thomas, who shows up, shuts up, and picks up the tab. Not this time. I started pulling away completely. I stopped replying to family group chats. I stopped answering calls from relatives who only checked in when something needed fixing. I even turned down a few side jobs referred by my uncle and aunt. They noticed. Word started trickling back to me through mutual friends. Your mom's been asking about you. Tyler mentioned you've been off lately. Your cousin said she thinks you're going through something. They were right. I was going through something. I was finally learning how to walk away. I didn't make a big announcement. Didn't post some dramatic status online or send out a mass text saying, I'm done. I just left quietly, carefully, strategically, and I started planning. Not revenge, not exactly. Something quieter, colder. I made a list. I started reviewing my credit report line by line. I researched condo ownership transfers. I dug into legal options, looked up fraud laws in our state, called a lawyer anonymously just to understand my rights. It was all very calm, very clinical, like I was building a case because I was... And somewhere in the middle of that silence, I got a text from Tyler. Hey, got a weird notification about a freeze on the loan. Did you do something? I stared at the message for a while. Then I locked my phone and slid it into my pocket without answering. Let him wonder. Let him feel it for once. Because the thing about rock bottom is once you're there, you stop being afraid of falling. You start building something new, something stronger. And I was just getting started. Something strange happens when you stop waiting for your family's approval. A kind of freedom creeps in. First, it feels like guilt. A weight in your chest that whispers, what if they're right about you? But if you sit with it long enough, don't flinch, don't run, it starts to shift. Turns into something else. Something steadier. Confidence, maybe, or at least the beginning of it. That's where I was. The first month after cutting contact was the hardest. Not because I missed them, but because the silence kept trying to drag me back. Years of conditioning don't just disappear overnight. I'd spent most of my adult life measuring my worth by their standards. Whether I was doing enough, helping enough, or making the family proud. When I stepped away from all that, it left an empty space. A void. But a funny thing happens when you clear space in your life. You start to fill it with better things. Started small. I reorganized my workspace, bought a new tool chest, cleaned out my van, and finally installed the custom shelving I'd been meaning to build for over a year. I stopped taking underpaid jobs just because they came from family friends and started prioritizing clients who respected my time and paid on time. Then I did something I never thought I'd have the nerve to do. I started my own business. Not just Thomas the appliance guy with a beat-up truck and a magnetic sign. I filed an LLC, designed a real logo, created a website with booking features, testimonials, and before and after photos of jobs I completed. I even hired a web designer off a local freelancer board to help with branding. We called it Solid Fix. Clean, simple, reliable. Within 2 months, my calendar was full. At first, it was word-of-mouth clients I'd worked with before referring friends and family. But once the website launched, I started getting requests from people across town, even a few commercial clients. Landlords, property managers, a couple real estate agents prepping homes for sale. I picked up a second van at auction and hired a part-time tech to help with overflow. His name was Manny. Smart kid, former HVAC trainee with good hands and better instincts. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just staying afloat. I was building something, and with that came power. Not the kind you throw around. Not the kind my family would recognize, but real power. The kind that comes from knowing who you are and what you're worth. I didn't need their validation. I didn't need to be invited to the table anymore because I was building my own. That clarity bled into other parts of my life, too. I got healthier, started lifting again. Nothing dramatic, just enough to feel solid in my skin. I cut back on takeout and started cooking real meals. Got back in touch with old friends I drifted from during the years I spent trying to prove myself to people who didn't care. One of those friends, Carla, was the real surprise. We'd gone to high school together, same math class, sat 2 rows apart. We hadn't spoken in years, but she reached out after seeing one of my ads on Instagram. Said her dryer was making a sound like it was trying to become a helicopter. I showed up, fixed it in 20 minutes, and ended up staying for coffee. That turned into dinner, then a movie, then a hike. 6 weeks later, we were spending every weekend together. She was easy to talk to, grounded, funny in that dry, matter-of-fact way that catches you off guard. She asked real questions and listened to the answers. And best of all, she never once compared me to anyone else. One night, while we were cooking pasta in her tiny kitchen, she looked at me and said, "You seem lighter lately." "Lighter?" "Yeah," she said, stirring the sauce like someone who finally dropped a bag of bricks they didn't know they were carrying. I laughed. "That's one way to put it." She gave me a look. "Want to tell me who handed you the bag?" I hesitated. Then I told her everything. The dinner, the fake bill, the mortgage fraud, the years of being overlooked and undervalued. The way my family had turned me into a utility they could plug into whenever it suited them. When I finished, she didn't gasp or go wide-eyed. She just nodded. "Sounds like you finally walked off a sinking ship." I nodded, too. And for once, I didn't feel ashamed of any of it. I felt understood. Not long after that, I took the final step in cutting the cord. I changed my phone number. It wasn't dramatic, just a clean break. I emailed my clients, updated my site, and let my actual friends know. My old number, I let it ring out into the void. I imagine my mom calling, hearing that this number is no longer in service message, and furrowing her brow like she just discovered a crack in the good china. The thought gave me more peace than it should have. But the universe has a funny way of testing you just when you think you've found your footing. Because one morning, 3 months after that awful dinner, I got an email from my bank. Subject: overdue payment notice, mortgage account ending in 8271. I froze. I recognized that number. That was the mortgage tied to Tyler's condo. The condo he fraudulently signed under my name. I clicked the email. Account delinquent. Payment overdue. $2,413.75. Status: at risk of default. I felt the anger surge instantly. Of course he wasn't making the payments. Of course he thought I wouldn't notice. But this time I didn't panic. I didn't call. I didn't scream. I just sat back, stared at the email and smiled. Because unlike before, I wasn't powerless. I had everything I needed. Documentation, evidence, a paper trail a mile long. I'd been quietly building it this whole time just in case. And now it was time to use it. But I wasn't going to make a scene. I wasn't going to storm over or call him out in public. No, I was going to let them come to me because something told me they were about to do just that. And when they did, I'd be ready. Because while they'd been dining at restaurants, racking up bills and forging signatures, I'd been building an empire one quiet, wrench-turning day at a time. And I wasn't the same Thomas they thought they knew. Not anymore. A week passed. I didn't reply to the bank's overdue notice. I didn't warn Tyler. I didn't call my mom or dad. I just let the silence fester because silence is powerful. It makes people squirm, especially when they're used to controlling the narrative. I kept working, kept building, but underneath it all, I was watching, waiting, and then it happened. The first crack in their perfect little world came on a Wednesday afternoon. I was swapping out a compressor in a walk-in freezer at a local deli when I got a call from an unknown number. I let it ring. Voicemails, free entertainment these days. But curiosity won out. I checked it a few minutes later while tightening a valve. Hi, Thomas. This is Linda Baxter from Fairview Lending. I'm calling regarding the mortgage account ending in 8271. There seems to be some confusion regarding the cosigner status and overdue balance. If you could give me a call back at your earliest convenience, we'd like to confirm some details and avoid potential legal action. Thank you. There it was. The setup. I saved the voicemail, forwarded it to my secure backup email, and made a mental note. They were beginning to panic, and panic makes people sloppy. That night, after dinner with Carla, I opened my laptop and pulled up the file I'd been quietly building since the whole mess began. It was titled T+M Situation, short for Tyler plus Mortgage. It had screenshots of the forged documents, including side-by-sides with my real signature, call logs, voicemails, the letter my father sent me, the email from the bank. I even had the text from my cousin Jenna timestamped and archived everything. I'd spoken to 3 different lawyers over the past month under the guise of hypothetical business inquiries. One of them, a sharp woman named Dana Lee, had been particularly helpful. She'd reviewed the loan documents and confirmed what I suspected. Tyler's entire mortgage could be investigated for fraud if I filed a complaint. Even better, because he was already behind on payments, a formal investigation wouldn't just impact his credit, it could trigger a default clause and force the bank to call the loan immediately. In other words, Tyler could lose the condo. And the kicker, because my name was forged as a cosigner, I wasn't responsible for a dime if I could prove it wasn't me. Dana even mentioned something else I hadn't considered. You know, she'd said during our last call, if you really wanted to press this, you might be able to go further. Civil damages, identity theft, even press charges. But you'd have to be ready for what comes with that. It won't be pretty. I'd thanked her, said I'd think about it, and I did. Every night I'd lie in bed staring at the ceiling, imagining what it would feel like to watch everything they built on my back come crashing down. But revenge, real revenge, is never rushed. You let it marinate. You let the pressure build. And then you twist the knife when they least expect it. The next morning, I sent an email to the mortgage company. To whom it may concern, I am not the legal cosigner of the account ending in 8271. The signature attributed to me is forged. I am formally disputing my association with this mortgage. Please direct all further communications to my legal representative. Regards, Thomas Mitchell. I attached the relevant documentation, CC'd Dana Lee, and hit send. 10 minutes later, my phone rang. It was my mother. I didn't answer. Then Tyler. Still no. Then a text from him. What did you do? I muted the thread and went back to work. I had a dishwasher leak to seal and a stackable unit to unbolt. Let them stew. The next few days were quiet again. Unnaturally so. The kind of quiet that hums under your skin. Then Saturday morning, I got a knock at my door. I knew who it was before I opened it. My dad stood there in a crisp polo, looking like he thought that would make everything feel civil. Behind him, Tyler fidgeted like a kid about to be grounded. Thomas, my dad said, like we were old coworkers catching up. Should have called first, I said, leaning against the frame. We figured it was better to talk in person, he said, glancing around like he wanted to make sure no neighbors were listening. Tyler didn't look at me, just stared at the welcome mat like it had answers. Look, Dad started. We know things have gotten a little out of hand. I raised an eyebrow. You think I'll cut to it, he said, voice stiff. You've made your point, loud and clear. Tyler finally looked up. His face was pale, and for once, there was no smugness there. Just fear. Real, palpable fear. Thomas, man. I'm going to lose the place. That's unfortunate, I said flatly. I didn't think it would get this bad, he said, stepping forward. I needed a boost, just for the paperwork. You stole from me. I winced. No, I didn't steal. You forged my name. I snapped, louder now. You lied to a bank and dragged me into it. And then you let me find out through an email. Do you know how messed up that is? I was going to tell you, he said quickly. Eventually. I let that hang for a second. Then I turned to my dad. And you? What's your excuse? He straightened. Your mother and I were trying to help Tyler get started. That's all this ever was. By sacrificing me. He didn't answer. I trusted you, I said. Both of you. And you used me like a spare credit card. Do you even realize how serious this is? Dad cleared his throat. That's why we're here, to fix it. You mean to ask me to drop it? Silence. I nodded. That's what I thought. Tyler stepped in again. Please, Thomas. I'm not asking you to pay for anything. Just sign something saying it was a misunderstanding, that you meant to help me and forgot. I stared at him. That's when I realized he still didn't get it. He still thought I could be talked down, that I'd fold like I always did, that I'd fix the mess he made because that's who I was, the fixer. But not anymore. Do you remember? I said quietly. When I showed up to your graduation dinner? He blinked. Yeah. There wasn't a seat for me. Thomas, you told the waiter I'd cover the bill. No, Mom did. But I didn't. You watched me walk out and you said nothing. He shut his mouth. My dad tried again. We just want this to end peacefully. I smiled. Don't worry, I said. It will. Then I closed the door. Not angrily. Not with a slam. Just a quiet click. Because this wasn't the moment for fireworks. It was the moment just before the sky goes dark. The quiet before the storm. Because revenge wasn't loud. Revenge was patient. And I had all the time in the world. I didn't hear from them after that. Not a call. Not a knock. Not even a cryptic message forwarded through one of the cousins. The silence was almost poetic. For the first time in years, my family had nothing left to say to me. No orders, no guilt trips, no last-minute requests for help that came wrapped in the illusion of togetherness. The wall between us was complete now. I'd built it brick by brick, and I was done patching up the cracks they left behind. But I wasn't done. See, some people think revenge is about fire and fury, about burning everything down just to feel the heat. But I learned something different. Real revenge is like craftsmanship. Slow, deliberate, and precise. You don't just swing a hammer at the problem. You take it apart screw by screw, piece by piece, until what's left is unrecognizable and beyond repair. And I had a blueprint. The moment I closed that door on my father and brother, I knew what came next. First, I called Dana Lee, my lawyer, and told her we were moving forward. No more hypotheticals, no more caution. I wanted a formal investigation into the forged mortgage documents filed with Fairview Lending. She didn't hesitate. She'd seen the evidence. She'd been waiting for my green light. Within 3 days, a certified affidavit was sent to the mortgage company officially stating that my signature had been forged and that I never gave permission to be added as a cosigner. We attached proof, handwriting samples, the letter my dad wrote, even the text from Tyler. Dana said it was airtight. I expected resistance from the bank. Instead, they folded faster than I thought. Maybe they were already under scrutiny. Maybe someone in their underwriting department saw the writing on the wall. Either way, they initiated an internal fraud investigation immediately and froze the loan. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen someone scramble to keep a roof over their head, but it's like watching someone try to fix a leak in a sinking boat using duct tape. Useless, desperate, almost sad. I didn't need to imagine it because 2 weeks after the loan was frozen, I got a notification from the county clerk's office. A lien had been placed on Tyler's condo. Pending investigation, the property was marked as contested ownership. That meant Tyler couldn't sell it, refinance it, or even legally sublet it. He was stuck, and I was just getting started. Around the same time, Dana filed an identity theft report with the police on my behalf. It wasn't dramatic. I wasn't marching down to the precinct in a rage. But it was official. It went into the system. Tyler's name, my stolen information, the forged signature, all of it. That kicked off a second investigation. This one by local authorities. Now, I wasn't naive. I knew the odds of Tyler doing jail time were slim. White-collar stuff like this rarely ends in orange jumpsuits unless there's a whole operation behind it. But a felony on record, a court summons, an arrest warrant that changes lives and reputations. Especially for a kid who once bragged about getting a job offer from a Fortune 500 company. Speaking of which, that job, the one he kept flaunting, it turned out during the mortgage application process, Tyler had claimed to already be employed by the firm. On paper, that looked impressive. It helped boost his income-to-debt ratio. It also happened to be a lie. How did I know? Well, I emailed the company's HR department politely, anonymously, just a concerned citizen asking whether a Mr. Tyler Mitchell was currently employed, as he'd listed the company as his primary source of income on official mortgage documents. They replied kindly, professionally, that they had no employee by that name, nor any offer extended to him. Oops. I forwarded that email to Dana. She added it to the report. Now we had bank fraud, identity theft, and falsification of employment documents. Each piece by itself was enough to raise eyebrows. Together, they sang in harmony. The fallout came swiftly. It started with a furious voicemail from my mother. Not an apology, not a reconciliation, just venom. How dare you try to ruin your brother's life? Do you know what you've done? You've embarrassed this family. This is your fault, Thomas. You're spiteful. You always have been. I didn't listen to the rest. Just saved it to the same folder I'd saved everything else. The next call was from Tyler. He didn't leave a message, but I saw his name on my phone 7 times in 2 hours. Then a text. Please just talk to me. I'm sorry. We can fix this. Fix this. Fix. As if I were still the family handyman, ready to patch things up and make them whole again. I said nothing. I didn't have to because by then the damage was done. Tyler was summoned to court. I wasn't there, but Dana was. She said he looked like a deer in headlights. He pled not guilty, of course. Tried to argue it was a misunderstanding. Claimed he thought I'd agreed to co-sign and that I'd changed my mind after the fact. The judge didn't buy it. They rarely do when the paper trail screams otherwise. The bank dropped him. The court scheduled the hearing to determine whether the mortgage would be voided entirely or if it would be restructured under his name alone, pending full repayment of the overdue balance plus penalties. Spoiler, he didn't have the money. And Mom? She tried to step in, tried to offer to cover the first few payments while he got back on his feet. But the bank wanted everything. They wanted proof of income, clean credit, and a minimum down payment to restructure the loan. He couldn't provide it. The condo, it went into pre-foreclosure. And once that status hit the public record, I made sure it reached the right inboxes. Remember that fake job offer? Well, the real company found out. Turns out they don't like being listed on false legal documents. Tyler's name ended up on a no-hire list within the firm's internal HR network. Carla helped me confirm that her sister worked in a nearby corporate office. Word travels fast in those circles. By the end of the month, Tyler had moved back in with our parents. And the best part? No one else in the extended family knew why. Oh, they had theories, whispers about bad luck and the housing market. But the truth was buried under layers of shame. They didn't dare dig through, and I kept working. Solid Fix doubled in size. Manny went full-time. I leased a small office and hired a receptionist. I started getting contract requests from nearby cities. My Google reviews hit the triple digits, all glowing. I even had to start turning clients away. That freedom, that quiet power, it grew. Carla and I took a weekend trip to the mountains. Just the two of us. No signal, no noise. One night, as we sat by the fire, she looked at me and said, "You're not angry anymore." I thought about it. "I'm not," I said. "I'm done carrying that weight." She nodded. "And them? They can carry their own now. Because revenge isn't about destruction. It's about liberation." And I was finally free. The foreclosure went through 3 weeks before Christmas. Tyler's name was officially scrubbed from the deed. The The condo repossessed and relisted at a loss. The bank didn't even wait for spring. They moved fast, probably eager to close the file before auditors noticed how badly the underwriting had slipped through the cracks. I got the update from Dana over coffee. She slid the printed document across the table like it was a trophy. "Finalized," she said, smiling. "It's done." I stared at it for a long moment, taking in every word, every stamp date. Then I folded it once, tucked it into my folder, and nodded. "I guess that's the last piece. Unless," she said with a little grin, "you want to sue?" I let out a slow breath. "I thought about it," I admitted, "and I had a lot." There was a very real case for civil damages. Between the forged documents, the stress, the risk to my credit, and the hours I'd spent cleaning up a mess I never created, we could have gone for the jugular. But the truth was, I didn't need the money, and I didn't need another courtroom. I didn't need more attention. I had something better, my peace. So I shook my head. I've already taken back more than they ever gave. That night, I went home to my apartment, my real home, not the one they pretended I'd outgrown. Carla was already there, sitting on the couch in her hoodie, her legs tucked under her, flipping through a photo album I hadn't touched in years. "Recognize this?" she said, holding up a picture. It was me and Tyler, maybe 10 or 11 years old, sitting on the porch with popsicles. My arm was draped around his shoulders. His head tilted into me like a kid who trusted the world. "Back when things were simple," I said. "Back when he looked up to you," she added. I took the photo and stared at it for a long time. Funny how far we'd come and how far apart we'd grown. The fallout once the house of cards collapsed wasn't dramatic, not outwardly. But I caught glimpses of it through whispers, through sidelong mentions, through silence. My mom stopped sending Christmas cards, not just to me, but to everyone. Apparently, she wasn't in the spirit. I heard through Jenna that she'd stopped hosting holiday dinners altogether. Said she didn't see the point when the family was so fractured, which was rich, considering she'd spent the last decade cracking the porcelain. My dad? Well, he never did like confrontation. He slipped into the background the way quiet men do when everything around them implodes. I imagine he still watches his news programs and nods silently at things he doesn't understand. The man who once said, "Someone's got to turn the wrenches," probably never imagined that the guy with the wrench would be the one holding all the power. And Tyler faded. That was the most satisfying part. No big public meltdown. No dramatic apology. He just disappeared. He moved back in with my parents and took a job at a local warehouse to make ends meet. The last I heard, he'd started driving for a delivery app on the side. The business degree worthless now. The companies he dreamed of working for blacklisted him after the incident. And word spreads fast when HR gets wind of fraud. He never reached out again. No apology, no admission, nothing. Which was fine by me because by that point, I didn't need closure from him. I was the closure. It hit me one afternoon in January, maybe a month after everything ended. I was installing a new appliance line in a renovated loft for a client. Custom work, high-end stuff, the kind of gig that paid what I used to make in a week. I just finished up when the client, a retired architect, asked me how I got into the business. And I told him, not the drama, not the fraud, just the truth. "I used to fix things for people who didn't respect me," I said, tightening the final bolt. "Then I realized I could build something of my own. So I did." He smiled. "That's the best kind of story. Quiet revenge." And I like that. Quiet revenge. Because that's what it had been all along. Not a battle, not a scream, just silence. Measured, powerful silence. The kind that echoes. A week later, I got a card in the mail. No return address, but I knew the handwriting. My mother's. Inside was a single sentence. "We hope you're happy now." I sat it down, took a sip of coffee, looked out the window at the snow beginning to fall, and smiled. Because I was. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My name's Owen. I'm 31. And if you'd asked me 6 months ago, I would have told you my relationship with my family was complicated. That was before it escalated to betrayal. Not the screaming match kind of betrayal, but the cold, smiling, Stab you with a spoon kind that makes you question if you ever really belong to them in the first place. Growing up, I was always the responsible one. That's what my mom called me. My sister, Heather, was the creative spirit, and my younger brother, Ryan, was the baby of the family. And me, I was the one they leaned on when things needed fixing. Whether it was a leaky faucet, a broken laptop, or, later in life, a credit card bill they forgot to pay. When I landed my first real job in tech out west, things changed. I started making decent money. Nothing outrageous, but enough to help when someone called crying at 2 a.m. because their rent check bounced. Enough to front hotel bookings for holidays when mom's card declined again or Heather's freelance gig fell through. I did it willingly at first. A few months ago, we had our usual family group call to talk about our upcoming summer trip, a tradition we started years ago when Dad was still around. After he passed, I made sure we kept it going. It was his favorite time of year. Sand between his toes, a beer in hand, and all of us together. This year, I offered to book the place early, just like I always did. I even said I'd cover the deposit. No big deal. 3 weeks passed. Then a month. The group chat was silent, except for Heather occasionally sending a meme or Mom forwarding some chain message about natural remedies for heartburn. I finally texted, "Hey, what's the plan for the summer trip?" The response didn't come from Heather or Ryan, but Mom. Just a short message. "It's just too expensive to include you this year, honey. We'll figure something next time." I stared at the screen for a long time. Too expensive to include me? I thought I misread it. Called her. No answer. Called again, straight to voicemail. I left a message, polite, trying not to sound hurt. "Hey, just wanted to clarify the message. Let me know if there's something going on." She texted me back the next morning. "We're keeping it low-key this year. Everyone's had a hard time financially. Hope you understand." I tried to. I really did. I told myself maybe they needed a break. Maybe it wasn't personal. I buried myself in work, trying not to spiral. But then, late one Thursday night, I was scrolling through Instagram, half asleep on the couch, when Heather's post popped up. A boomerang of her and Ryan clinking cocktails. Ocean in the background. The caption, "Sun, sand, and sibling time. Hashtag Villa vibes." I blinked. Wait, Villa? I clicked on her tagged location. It was a luxury beach house rental in the same town we'd gone to for the past 6 years. I knew that place. I'd sent it to Mom as a suggestion back in April. I recognized the patio furniture, the infinity pool that dropped off into the cliffside. My hands started to shake. I scrolled through the photos. There was Mom stretched out in a cabana with a mimosa, Ryan posing shirtless by the grill, Heather in a designer sundress holding a sparkler at sunset. The kicker, a selfie in front of a framed welcome note. "Thanks for choosing Ocean Crest Villas. Guest, Owen Fields." My name. They used my name to book the place, which meant they'd used my account, my credit card. I stood up so fast I knocked over the glass on my coffee table. My pulse was in my ears. I went to my laptop, pulled up the confirmation email I'd received weeks ago and hadn't thought twice about. Sure enough, there it was. Reservation confirmed. Payment processed. See you July 10th to 17th. They hadn't just excluded me. They erased me, booked the trip with my money, stayed at the villa with my name, and pretended I didn't exist. I didn't sleep that night. I lay awake, cycling between anger, disbelief, and hurt. I kept refreshing their socials, watching their stories as they danced, laughed, toasted to family, all while I sat alone in my apartment. The next morning, I called my bank, asked if there was any way to flag the charge. They said since I had confirmed the booking, there wasn't much they could do unless I suspected fraud. Fraud? That word sat in my chest like a rock. I didn't respond to Mom's next message. "Hope you're doing okay, sweetie. We'll bring you something back from the beach." That's when I snapped. I booked the last-minute flight. Pricey, but I didn't care. Packed a bag with the essentials and threw on my old college hoodie, the same one Heather used to borrow when she missed me. The flight was short, but the drive to the villa felt endless. I didn't listen to music. I didn't call anyone. I just stared at the road, white-knuckling the steering wheel, rehearsing what I would say when I got there. When I finally pulled into the cul-de-sac, I sat in the car for a solid 5 minutes, just breathing. The villa looked even better in person. Warm lights glowing through the glass, laughter echoing faintly from the poolside. I could make out Ryan's voice. Then Mom's. They were talking about dinner. I walked up to the door and tried the code I always used when we rented houses. 0721, Dad's birthday. The lock clicked. They hadn't even changed it. When I opened the door, the sound hit me first. Music, clinking glasses, footsteps on tile. Heather was the first to see me. She froze mid-laugh, her cocktail tipping slightly in her hand. "What are you doing here?" she said, blinking like I was a hallucination. I dropped my duffel on the floor and stepped in. "I'm checking in," I said, calm as ever. "You've got 10 minutes to get out." And that's when Ryan stood up from the couch, confused. "Wait, what?" Heather looked at Mom, then back at me. "Owen, don't be dramatic." I pulled my phone from my pocket and held it up. Reservations in my name, paid with my card, and I just spoke to the property manager before I walked in. Mom stepped forward, holding a wine glass. "Honey, listen, it's not what you think." I tilted my head slowly. "Then explain it." She opened her mouth, and just then the patio door slid open behind me. A voice called out, cheerful and unaware, "Hey, sorry to interrupt. I'm the villa manager. Just here to check in with Mr. Fields." I turned, smiled. "That's me." Mom's face turned white, and that's when the yelling began. Ryan was the first to raise his voice. "You've got to be kidding me, Owen. You flew all the way here just to what? Embarrass everyone." Heather groaned. He's always had a flair for theatrics. The villa manager, a woman maybe in her mid-40s with a clipboard tucked under one arm and a confused smile frozen on her lips, looked between us. "Is everything all right?" I turned to her, keeping my voice level. "Yes, it will be. Thank you for stopping by. I'm just sorting out a misunderstanding." She hesitated, eyes flicking to my mom and siblings, then nodded slowly. "All right, just needed to confirm the reservation. You're all checked in, Mr. Fields. Enjoy your stay." She stepped back outside, closing the door quietly behind her, and then the air changed. Mom finally spoke, softly at first. "Owen, we weren't trying to hurt you. We just thought you wouldn't be interested this year." "Not interested?" I repeated, my voice flat. "You mean the trip I suggested? The one I booked, that I paid for?" Ryan crossed his arms. "We were going to pay you back eventually." "Eventually?" I echoed, barely suppressing a laugh. "And when exactly was that? Before or after I saw your Instagram post thanking the universe for family bonding?" Heather sat down on the edge of the couch, avoiding my eyes. "It was Mom's idea." Mom stiffened. "Don't you dare put this on me, Heather." We all agreed. "Really?" I asked, eyebrows raised. "You all sat down and agreed not to tell me? To leave me out of the trip and still use my name, my credit, and pretend it was all fine?" Mom shifted uncomfortably. "You're always working, Owen. We thought maybe you needed a break from everything." "A break from you?" I asked, voice suddenly sharper. "That's what this is about. You've used me like a walking bank account for years. Rent, groceries, last-minute emergencies. And I never complained. Not once. But this." I stepped forward. "This was planned, deliberate." Heather muttered something under her breath, and I turned to her. "What?" she said. "Maybe if you weren't so self-righteous all the time, we'd actually want to include you." That hit harder than I expected. I stared at her. "You think I wanted to be the one who always shows up with the solution? Who fixes everything while you pretend you're too fragile to be held accountable?" I looked around at all three of them. My voice quieter now. "Do you even know what it feels like to realize you were never actually invited? Not just to the vacation, but to the family moments. You left me out. You looked at the person who kept this whole thing afloat and said, 'He doesn't matter.'" Ryan stood up, holding his hands out. "All right, fine. You're mad. But showing up like this, trying to kick us out? That's low." "No," I said, stepping between them and the hallway. "What's low is lying to me, pretending I wasn't invited because of budget issues while sipping wine in a villa I paid for. What's low is leaving me on read for 3 weeks and letting me find out from social media. Mom's voice trembled. I didn't mean for it to happen like this. I stared at her for a long moment. The silence dragged on. And in that stillness, I saw something flicker in her face. Not guilt, not shame, just fear. Fear of losing the comfortable, familiar safety net I had become. I took a deep breath. You have 10 minutes to pack your things. I already called the company. Reservations under my name, and I just requested everyone else be removed from the guest list. Heather stood. You're serious? Dead serious. Ryan scoffed. Where are we even supposed to go? There's a cheap motel 2 towns over. Maybe if you call ahead, they'll leave the light on. Heather's mouth dropped open, but she said nothing. I turned to Mom last. She looked so small then, smaller than I'd ever seen her. I would have paid for you all to come, I said. Happily. I would have kept doing it too every year. But now I think I finally see things clearly. She took a step forward, and for a moment I thought she might cry. Owen. 10 minutes, I said. I suggest you start with the patio cushions. I'd hate for you to forget anything. I didn't wait for them to respond. I turned and walked toward the master bedroom. My room, the one I'd specifically asked for when I booked the place. As I closed the door behind me, I heard the faint sound of footsteps scrambling, voices raised in panic and protest. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the waves beyond the glass balcony. And then I heard someone knock. Once, twice, 3 slow taps. Then Heather's voice muffled through the door. Owen, wait. Just let us explain. I didn't answer. Not yet. Because they didn't know the half of what I'd already done. And they were about to find out. I sat there in silence, staring at the balcony door as the knocking stopped. Heather's footsteps shuffled away, and I heard hushed voices outside in the hallway. They were probably regrouping, plotting, spinning a new version of events where they weren't the villains. Maybe where I was the one overreacting. I wouldn't put it past them. I could already imagine Mom sighing dramatically, saying something like, he's always been sensitive. Maybe we should just let him cool off. But this wasn't about me cooling off. This was about them finally feeling what I had felt for years. After a few minutes, I got up and walked over to the dresser. Inside was a little welcome packet, maps of the area, local restaurant recommendations, and tucked in the back, the villa's Wi-Fi info and smart home settings. I smiled. With a few taps on my phone, I pulled up the connected app one used to manage the reservation, something none of them had bothered to notice in their rush to celebrate without me. I opened the guest list and began removing users. First Heather Fields, then Ryan Fields, then Mara Fields, my mom. I hit save. A pop-up asked, remove access to Wi-Fi, smart locks, thermostat, and media system for these guests? I tapped yes without hesitation. The villa suddenly felt different. Mine, not just legally, but emotionally. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't just the wallet. I was the one making the decisions. I opened the bedroom door and stepped back into the hallway. Ryan was standing near the kitchen island, halfway through stuffing a bottle of wine into his duffel bag. Seriously, I said, nodding at the bottle. He looked up and gave me that smug little smirk he always wore when he thought he had the upper hand. We were going to open it tonight anyway. Well, now you can open it somewhere else. He scoffed. Come on, Owen. It's a bottle of wine. It's about respect. And the fact that you're still trying to take something from me after everything pretty much proves my point. Heather appeared behind him holding her phone. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. We get it. You're upset. Can we please just talk like adults? You had your chance, I said. But instead of talking to me, you planned an entire trip behind my back, used my money, my name, and then acted shocked when I showed up. Mom came around the corner then, her face red and tired, a suitcase rolling behind her. I don't know what you want from us, Owen, she said softly. Accountability, I answered. But I don't think I'll get that, so I'll settle for space. The kind you all so generously gave me when you decided I wasn't invited. She opened her mouth to respond, but then something strange happened. Her phone beeped, and she frowned. What the? Why is the Wi-Fi down? I leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Because I removed your access. Ryan looked up. What? I pulled my phone from my pocket and turned the screen toward them. Smart home controls also turns off the AC, the speakers, and the locks. They looked at each other, suddenly realizing how quiet it had gotten. The gentle hum of the air conditioning had stopped. The music in the living room was gone. Even the television in the corner, which had been running a loop of beach footage, had cut to black. You're insane, Heather said. I shrugged. Just tech-savvy. But if it makes you feel better, I also scheduled a rideshare to be here in 6 minutes. You'll want to be ready. Ryan laughed bitterly. You think you can just throw us out? I don't think, I said, stepping closer, voice calm but firm. I know. And the villa manager knows too. She made it clear I had full rights to the property. You all are technically trespassing now. Mom looked at the floor. Heather opened her mouth like she was going to argue, but no words came. Ryan muttered something about how this was so not over, but even he started zipping up his duffel bag. I watched them scramble, stuffing things into bags, checking their phones, which still had no connection. The power was still on for now, but I disabled their profiles. No lights would work in their rooms. No streaming, no music, just silence. And the slow realization that they weren't in control anymore. I went back to the kitchen, grabbed a bottle of water, and leaned against the counter as they made their way toward the front door. The tension in the air was so thick you could feel it pressing against your chest. The doorbell rang right on time. Heather turned around, her suitcase rolling behind her. You're seriously doing this? You seriously deserve this, I replied. The driver waited outside as they all shuffled past me one by one. Ryan didn't look at me. Mom gave me a look that was more exhaustion than anger. And Heather, she lingered. You're really not the person I thought you were, she said quietly. I stared back at her. Good. Maybe now you'll stop thinking I'm a doormat. She blinked, then stepped outside, the door closing behind her with a soft click. I stood there in the silence, not moving, just breathing, listening to the wind and the faint sound of waves rolling in from the cliffs. And then I noticed something. Their bags were gone. Their voices were fading. But they'd left something behind on the hallway table, a handwritten card. I walked over, picked it up, and opened it. It wasn't an apology. It was worse. It was a bill. Folded inside the card with Mom's handwriting on the envelope was a receipt from a high-end seafood restaurant down the beach, dated 2 nights ago. Total, $468.32. A little note scribbled underneath in Heather's handwriting. Since you're covering the trip, figured you'd want to keep this for your records. Smiley face. I stared at it for a long time, the paper crinkling slightly in my fist. And that's when I made the next call, because they didn't know that the revenge wasn't over yet. Not even close. I held that receipt in my hand like it was radioactive. My first instinct was to laugh, not because it was funny, but because the audacity had gone beyond infuriating. It had reached some twisted level of irony I couldn't even process at first. They knew what they were doing. Even after being confronted, humiliated, kicked out, they still thought I'd pick up the tab like always. Like clockwork, I walked into the living room, sat down on the couch they'd all lounged on for the past few days, and stared at the waves through the giant glass doors. The villa was quiet now. No fake laughs, no staged selfies, no one draining my account behind my back. Just me and the faint sound of the ocean rolling against the cliffs. And I wasn't done yet. I opened the app again and navigated to the billing settings for the villa. My card was still linked to the reservation, but I had a backup plan. I called the rental company directly and got a woman named Lisa on the line. I explained what had happened, calmly, respectfully, even though my jaw was clenched the entire time. To my surprise, Lisa didn't sound shocked. This actually happens more often than you'd think, she said with a sigh. People using someone else's info, making it look like a group trip, then sticking them with the bill. But since the reservation was under your name and your payment method, you do have recourse. You're eligible for an incident report. You can flag the reservation as fraudulent use, and we'll freeze the remaining charges and refund a portion. especially if the unauthorized guests have already vacated. How much of a refund? We'd have to calculate based on damage, usage, and remaining nights. But you may be able to recoup most of the cost. I felt my shoulders relax for the first time in hours. Do it. She paused. Would you like to submit a list of items they used or damaged? I thought about the wine Ryan tried to smuggle out, the guest towels, the Bluetooth speaker that wasn't where it had been yesterday. Yes, I said, and send me the official report. I'll need it for something else. Of course, she replied. Anything else I can do? Actually, yeah. Can you send a notification to all removed guests confirming they've been flagged from future rentals under this property group? Lissa didn't miss a beat. Consider it done. After we hung up, I poured myself a glass of water and sat back, heart still racing, because I wasn't just going to leave it there. A part of me, the part that had been silent and patient for far too long, was ready to draw a line that couldn't be erased. I opened my laptop and logged into the shared family cloud account, the same one I'd created years ago when I was trying to help Mom organize her finances. It was where I stored everything for them. Scanned receipts, trip itineraries, even family medical records. They never changed the password. They probably forgot it even existed. I uploaded the villa confirmation, the email thread, and Lissa's incident report. I attached the seafood receipt with Heather's little smirk of a message. And then I added a final PDF, a simple letter I typed up right then and there to Mom, Heather, and Ryan. Effective immediately, I will no longer be covering any financial expenses for any of you. This includes, but is not limited to, rent, groceries, vacations, emergencies, car payments, and last-minute favors. I've canceled all linked accounts and removed my name from any subscriptions or services you may have attached me to. Going forward, if you attempt to use my identity or financial information for any reason, I will treat it as fraud and respond accordingly legally. This was not a difficult decision. You made it easy, Owen. I titled the folder Final Transaction. Then I logged out and deleted the shared access from all their devices. 2 hours later, I got the first text. Heather, are you serious? You canceled my phone plan? Then Ryan, bro, I need my Netflix back. And finally, Mom, I don't understand what you're doing. This feels extreme. We're family. I didn't respond. Not at first. I let the silence stretch, just like they had let mine stretch for weeks when I was asking about the trip. It wasn't until the next morning that I replied. One text, one line. Family doesn't steal from each other and call it love. They didn't respond after that. But I wasn't done. There was one more move I had to make. I contacted my dad's old attorney. He handled Dad's estate and, even though we hadn't spoken in years, he still remembered me. I explained the situation, especially the part about my name being used without consent. He asked if I wanted to press charges. I said no, but I did ask him to revise the letter of intent that outlined future inheritance rights, something my mom never thought I knew about. Turns out after Dad passed, she had quietly set things up so that all 3 kids would inherit equally, no matter who contributed what. I changed that. The attorney agreed that, given the new documentation and financial burden I'd taken on, I had grounds to challenge the arrangement and protect my contributions. It was official within a week. They wouldn't see a cent from anything tied to my name again. Not unless I chose to give it, and I wouldn't, not after that summer. The rest of the trip, I stayed at the villa alone, and it was peaceful. I walked along the beach in the mornings, read books on the balcony, cooked my own meals, and watched the sunset without the weight of performative togetherness. For the first time in years, I wasn't performing. I wasn't overextending, placating, or trying to earn a seat at a table that didn't respect me. I made peace with it and with myself. On the last day before I locked up, I left a note on the kitchen counter. Nothing dramatic, just 4 simple words. Not yours anymore, Owen. And I meant it. When I got back home, I blocked all 3 of them. I knew they'd try again eventually with apologies, justifications, crocodile tears. But by then, I had rebuilt my boundaries into something solid, something permanent. I still get birthday cards from Mom. Still see Heather post about family love online. Still hear through mutual friends that Ryan's struggling with bills and that he doesn't understand why Owen turned into such a fool. Let them wonder. Let them sit with the silence they created. Because in the end, I didn't just take back my vacation. Now on to the next story. Story 5. I'm Keith, 32, and for the past 6 years, I've been the silent financier of my extended family's illusions of stability. It started small, covering a phone bill here, helping out with a school trip there. But somewhere along the way, it turned into monthly rent payments, car insurance, tuition for a niece I barely saw outside of birthdays, and emergency credit card debt that never seemed to stop being an emergency. I'm not rich. I just learned how to manage money better than the rest of my family. And when I got a decent paying tech job out of state, I figured helping out here and there was just what family did. But there's a difference between helping and being used. Last weekend, I flew back home for my mom's birthday, or at least that's what I thought the occasion was. I'd already paid for the flight, booked myself a modest Airbnb because my childhood room had been converted into a craft storage area, and even bought my 14-year-old niece, Emma, a designer purse she had been begging for through passive-aggressive Instagram stories. I saw the screenshots she made sure I did. She even tagged me in a manifesting this nail polish story a week before her birthday. I knew it was manipulative, but I told myself, maybe she's just a kid trying to fit in. I wish that were true. The moment I walked into the backyard, balloons, loud music, a giant cake with pink cursive frosting, I knew I'd been tricked. This wasn't a birthday party for my mom. It was a full-blown congratulations. Emma party for getting into some private arts high school that cost more per semester than my college degree. She'd gotten in because I wrote the recommendation letter and helped pay for the prep classes, but my name wasn't mentioned once in the slideshow montage playing on a rented screen above the pool. Instead, I walked into the middle of some kind of weird family pageant. My brother, James, Emma's dad, was holding court with a drink in hand, telling stories about all the sacrifices they made to get Emma into the school. His wife, Trina, was crying fake tears, as if she personally coached Emma through every application. Nobody had even told me this party was happening, and by the time I realized what was going on, I'd already been handed a drink and told to smile for the family photo. I plastered on the same forced grin I'd worn since high school reunions and weddings I wasn't invited to but paid for anyway. James gave me a pat on the back, hard enough to feel like a warning. "Look who finally showed up," he said with a smirk. "You got here just in time for the toast." Emma, dressed like an influencer on her way to Coachella, strutted over with the purse dangling from her wrist like it was radioactive. She looked me up and down and said, in front of half the family and a few random neighbors, "You're only invited because you pay for everything." A few people laughed. Some awkwardly glanced away. James chuckled and added, "Well, he knows his role, right, Keith?" And that was the moment something in me went completely, utterly still. I just sipped my drink, didn't smile, didn't frown, just watched the condensation crawl down the glass, and waited until my hands stopped shaking. The rest of the night was a blur of clinking glasses, fake hugs, and shallow compliments. No one asked how I was doing, how work was going, or even where I was staying. I was a background character in a show I accidentally funded. When the music got louder and the dancing began, I quietly walked inside, past the dining room full of gifts, and grabbed my laptop from my bag. I sat in the corner of the living room, unnoticed, typing quickly. Not angry, just focused. I logged into my banking app and started flipping switches. The joint account I'd set up to help James with temporary car payments closed. The pre-authorized tuition payments for Emma's school canceled. Every automatic transfer from Netflix to their cell phone provider one by one, I shut them down. I sent polite emails to their utility company, to the property manager I'd been wiring rent to, and even to the subscription box service Emma used for her overpriced makeup kits. Canceled, canceled, canceled. Then I pulled a plain envelope from my bag, slipped in a folded piece of paper I printed weeks ago. A complete list of every payment I'd made on their behalf for the last 5 years. Itemized. I added a note at the bottom in my cleanest handwriting. "This ends today. Keith." By the time I slipped the envelope onto the kitchen table and walked out the door, the party was still going strong. Nobody noticed I left. The next morning, I turned off my phone after watching it buzz 47 times in under 10 minutes. James, Mom, Trina, even Emma. I didn't open a single message. By the time they found the envelope, I was already boarding my flight back home. That's when the voicemails started getting ugly. The first voicemail came from James. His voice was sharp but controlled, the kind of tone he used when he thought he was being diplomatic. "Hey Keith, got your little note. Kind of dramatic, don't you think? I mean, if you had concerns, you could have just talked to me, man. Don't make a scene. Call me back. All right." 5 minutes later, another came through, this time from Trina. Her voice cracked halfway through, like she just finished crying or was gearing up to. "Keith, I don't understand why you do something like this. Emma's heartbroken. Do you know what this kind of disruption does to her emotional stability? We trusted you. You said you were family." By noon, the tone had shifted. James again, this time yelling, "You think you can just walk away? After everything we've built, after everything we've planned? Emma must start school in 2 weeks, Keith. 2 weeks. And you chose now to have a meltdown." Message after message. They stopped being about me and started sounding like desperate pitches to an investor they assumed was bluffing. I wasn't. I turned my phone off, set up a new number for work, and told HR I needed a few days of mental health leave. No questions asked. I hadn't taken a vacation in 4 years anyway. Not that anyone in my family ever noticed. It's strange, the peace that settles in when you finally stop watering a dead plant. For the first time in years, I wasn't checking my balance every few hours to make sure there was enough to cover someone else's mess. I wasn't postponing dentist appointments or skipping vacations to make sure Emma had a new phone every September or that James could keep pretending his freelance photography passion was more than just an excuse to avoid real work. But the silence didn't last long. 2 days after I got back, my mom called. I didn't answer, of course, but the voicemail she left, "Keith, sweetheart, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Your brother's under a lot of stress. Emma's going through a critical developmental stage and you know how sensitive she is. We just need to sit down, all of us, and talk like a family. Don't punish everyone over one comment. You're better than that. You're better than that." That line stuck with me more than I expected. Not because I believed it, but because I realized she didn't mean better than that morally. She meant better than retaliating, better than fighting back, better than asking for respect. And the real kicker, not once, not a single time did she ask how I was doing. A week passed then too. My email pinged with overdue notices addressed to James. My bank confirmed that the lease co-signed in my name had now been flagged for default. Emma's school tried contacting me with polite reminders that the fall tuition was late. I ignored them all. They'd find someone else or they wouldn't. Either way, it wasn't my problem anymore. But then came the message that turned everything from noise to fury. An email from Emma. Subject line, "Wow. Rude. No greeting. No punctuation. No full sentences either. Just you said you would always be there. Guess that was a lie like everything else. Don't worry, we'll figure it out since you clearly think you are better than everyone." Blocked. I stared at the screen, stunned for a moment. Not because I was hurt, but because it was so profoundly ungrateful. No anger, no heartbreak, just petty entitlement laced with teenage venom. Written from a phone I bought in a house I paid for after a party I unintentionally funded. I wanted to laugh. I almost did. Instead, I logged into one final account, an old shared cloud drive I'd set up for the family to back up photos and documents. I changed the password. Then I changed the email recovery. And then I left one file in the folder, a scanned PDF titled, "You're Welcome." Inside was every receipt I'd ever kept. Over $112,000 in support over the last 6 years, rent, utilities, school fees, plane tickets, cell phones, grocery cards, Christmas gifts, emergency bailouts. At the bottom of the document was a simple message in bold, plain text. A one-man bank only stays open when it's respected. They didn't respond, but I know they saw it. A few days later, I got a knock on my apartment door. I hadn't told anyone where I lived, but James found out through our cousin who'd visited once. I didn't open the door, just watched through the peephole as he stood there, clutching a wrinkled envelope. He didn't knock again. He just placed the envelope on my doormat and walked away. I picked it up once I was sure he was gone. Inside was a handwritten note, jagged, rushed, and angry. Don't forget who made you. Don't forget who was there before your money. You don't just get to walk out on your family. You'll come crawling back. You always do. No signature. Just that. That night, I packed a small duffel bag, changed the lock on my door, and scheduled an appointment with a lawyer to remove my name from anything still connected to them. But it wasn't until I got one more call. Not from James, not from my mom, but from Emma's school, that I knew the storm was really starting. They weren't asking for payment anymore. They were telling me Emma had been withdrawn. Tuition hadn't just lapsed. It had bounced. And a few hours later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. Keith? The voice asked, shaky, unsure. This is Principal Hayward. Emma listed you as her guardian for emergencies. Her parents haven't answered our calls. I think you need to know what happened. I stood completely still in my kitchen, my coffee untouched on the counter, heart pounding. Not with fear, but with a feeling I couldn't quite place. I'm listening, I said. There was a pause on the line, the kind that stretches just long enough to make your pulse tick a little faster. Principal Hayward cleared her throat softly, trying to steady whatever tension she felt on her end. I'll be honest, Mr. Carter, she said, using a title no one in my family ever bothered with. We normally wouldn't reach out like this, but Emma had an incident. Nothing dangerous exactly, but concerning. I didn't say anything. I didn't need to. I knew the drill. Give them room to explain. People will always fill silence if you let them. She had a bit of a meltdown. At school, she was crying, pacing around the counselor's office, saying things like, "He left us and he doesn't care anymore." She claimed you were cutting her off financially to punish her. Then she started tearing apart her sketchbooks. Said none of it mattered if she wasn't going to the school anymore. A hollow feeling settled in my chest. Not guilt, just a numb ache. I'd always suspected Emma was more than just spoiled. That maybe, somewhere beneath the surface, she was a scared kid clinging to the only consistent thing she'd ever known, me. She's not in any danger, the principal added quickly. But we wanted to flag it because, well, the reaction was intense. Our counselor said it felt like abandonment trauma. She asked for you specifically. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Not because I felt responsible, but because of how heavy that request was. I didn't want to be the emergency contact anymore. I didn't want to be the band-aid for a family that stabbed first and cried later. But Emma, she was 14. And somewhere along the line, they'd made me her foundation without ever asking me. She's with her mom now, the principal finished. But if you can call her, even just once, I think it would help. I didn't answer. I just thanked her politely, hung up, and stared at my phone like it had grown thorns. That night, I sat alone in my apartment. One bedroom, clean kitchen, peace like I hadn't known in years, and pulled out my old journals. Notebooks I hadn't opened since 2019. The pages were filled with timelines, goals, loan payment plans, diagrams of financial independence, notes on compound interest, side hustles, investment accounts. At the bottom of one page, I had scribbled a line I remembered writing after James had asked me to float him 10 grand for a business idea involving a subscription box for leather-scented candles. Don't bleed out trying to be someone else's tourniquet. I had tried to save a family that was never drowning, just lazy, comfortable. They hadn't just leaned on me. They made it a policy expectation. They turned kindness into currency and then got angry when the ATM stopped spitting out bills. But Emma wasn't James. And that, right there, was the emotional knot I couldn't untie. The next morning, I called her. She didn't answer at first, and I was almost relieved. But 5 minutes later, she called back. Her voice was small, quiet, not angry, not sarcastic. Uncle Keith. I leaned back in my chair, stared at the ceiling. Hey, kid. Another pause. Then, why'd you stop talking to us? I tried to think about sugarcoating it, blaming work, saying I needed space, offering the easy lie to smooth things over, but I didn't. Because no one treated me like family, I said. They treated me like a bank account. Her breath caught. I heard it. But not you, I added after a beat. Not always. You were just raised in it. She didn't say anything. The silence on the line was different this time. Not empty, but heavy processing. I didn't mean what I said about you only being invited 'cause you pay for stuff, she whispered. I was trying to sound cool. Dad laughed. I thought you'd laugh too. Emma, I said calmly but firmly. You don't have to be cruel to feel important. More silence. I think I'm just scared, she admitted, voice cracking. Everything's falling apart. Dad's yelling all the time. Mom cries in the car. I heard them say we're going to lose the house. They blamed you. Said you abandoned us. Of course they did, I sighed. They said you left us because you don't love us anymore. There it was. The lie that always came when people like James lost control. Turn a boundary into betrayal. Paint themselves the victim in a story where they were holding the knife. No, Emma, I said. I didn't leave because I stopped loving anyone. I left because I started loving myself. That broke something in her. I could hear it. A sharp breath. The beginning of a sob she was trying to smother. She sniffled and whispered, I miss you. I closed my eyes. There were 1,000 things I could say, 1,000 ways to respond. But all I said was, I know. When the call ended, I didn't cry. I didn't feel triumphant. I just sat with it. The next few days were quiet again until James called. Not to yell this time, to beg. He asked for a meeting. Said we needed to talk. Said it was about the envelope. I didn't agree right away, but something about the tone in his voice, not anger, not pride, just desperation, made me curious, so I told him to meet me. Neutral ground. No house, no family, just us. I walked into that cafe 2 days later, and what I saw made me pause. James didn't look like himself. He looked older, thinner, exhausted, like someone who'd finally seen what life looks like when the safety net cuts itself loose. He didn't say hello. He just slid a folder across the table. I opened it and I went cold. Inside was a legal notice. Debt collectors. Over $90,000 in unpaid balances. My name was still attached to one account. And right there, printed in clean, bold letters, cosigner liable. I stared at the words like they were written in a language I barely recognized. Cosigner liable. And it hit me all at once. A tsunami of betrayal and bitterness. After everything, after I had cut them off, unspoiled myself from their leeching grasp, there was still a vine around my ankle, buried and unseen, dragging me back into their mess. You didn't remove me, I said flatly, not even looking up. You said you would. James shifted in his seat. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hands trembled around a half-empty coffee cup. His voice was dry, desperate. I meant to. I really did. We thought you'd come around, that you'd change your mind. That sentence hung in the air like smoke from a fire he didn't know he started. You thought I'd come around? I repeated slowly. So you left me legally tied to your debt? In case I changed my mind. He nodded pathetically. I didn't know it would get this bad. No, I said quietly. You didn't care if it did. I leaned back in my seat, folding my arms, letting silence press down like gravity. I wanted him to feel it. Not just my anger, but my clarity, the difference between a victim and a volunteer. He broke first. He always did. Look, I know I messed up, he muttered. We messed up, but Emma, she's struggling. Trina is threatening to leave. I can't work with all this stress. The collectors won't stop calling. And now that the school's withdrawn her, she was never my responsibility, I snapped. You made her mine because it was easier than growing up. James flinched like I'd slapped him, but I didn't stop. Couldn't. You coasted on my paychecks and called it family. You let your daughter insult me in public and laughed. You watched our mother say nothing because she was too busy enjoying the ride. I was never a brother to you. I was your meal ticket. I didn't know you hated us this much, he mumbled. I don't, I replied coldly. If I did, I'd have never helped to begin with. But I've learned that love without boundaries is just self-destruction. He was quiet, too quiet. And then he said something so absurd it nearly made me laugh. You could fix this. I blinked. You could call the collectors. Pay the minimums. Buy us time. My jaw tightened. James, I just told you. No, just hear me out. He interrupted, his voice cracking. You can afford it. You're good with money. You said it yourself. You love Emma. Don't punish her for our mistakes. He thought he was being noble. He thought this was a final Hail Mary, an appeal to my good heart, the one they drained dry and mistook for an infinite well. But I didn't raise my voice. I didn't storm out. I just opened my backpack, pulled out a small folder of my own, and slid it across the table. What's this? He asked. My lawyer's contact, I said. Inside is a notice of my intent to legally remove my name from every account associated with you. It also includes a repayment summary of what you owe me from the last 6 years with interest. James looked at me like I had just handed him a death sentence. In a way, I had. You can't be serious, he whispered. I am, I said. You want to guilt me into saving you, but I didn't create this chaos. I just funded it. I don't have that kind of money. I know, I said simply, standing up. That's why you'll have to figure it out like every other adult. He didn't follow me out. He didn't even speak again. Just sat there staring at that folder like it was a coffin nailed shut. It took 3 months of legal paperwork, back and forths with the bank, and a signed affidavit from my lawyer, but I was finally removed from the co-signed loan. It cost me more money than I wanted to spend, but it was worth every penny for the peace it bought. I also filed a formal claim to recover some of what I was owed. And while I knew I'd never see most of it, the principle mattered more than the payout. In that same window of time, Emma emailed me, not through her old account, which had apparently been shut down, but through a school-provided address at her new, less prestigious, but still decent public arts program. Subject line, I'm sorry. The message was short, honest. She didn't beg. She didn't excuse what she said. She just wrote, I didn't realize what you were doing for us until you stopped. I hope I can be someone you're proud of someday. Thank you for giving me more than I ever deserved. That was the first time I cried in a long time. Not because I felt guilty, but because it reminded me that some part of what I tried to do did land. Maybe not with the adults, but with the next generation. With the one who still had time to be better than her parents. I replied simply, You already are. Keep going. As for the rest of the family, my mother left 2 voicemails in early December. She wanted to make things right for Christmas and invited me to come home to reconnect. I didn't answer either call. Instead, I mailed a simple card, no photos, no warm message, just one sentence. Sometimes the best gift you can give a family is distance. I never heard from her again. James? I got a notice from the county courthouse a few months later. Bankruptcy filing. They lost the house. I didn't celebrate. I didn't gloat. I just filed it away in a folder marked closure. And me? I moved. Got a better job. Found a smaller circle of people who didn't need to be bought to treat me with kindness. I started traveling not just for work, but for myself. Paris, Kyoto, Vancouver. I even started a blog documenting financial independence and how to cut ties with toxic family dynamics without losing your soul. One of my first blog posts went viral. Thousands of comments from people saying, I thought I was alone. I didn't know you were allowed to say no. Thank you for helping me realize I'm not selfish for walking away. Sometimes I wonder if James ever saw it. I hope he did because, in the end, my revenge wasn't loud. It wasn't cruel. It wasn't about burning their house down or ruining their lives. It was about this. I stopped letting people spend my peace like it was spare change. And that, finally, was enough. Now on to the next story. Story 6. During dinner, my father asked me, Is your allowance enough? I answered him, I've never received one. That night, my mother remained silent. He had no idea. My name is Logan. I'm 19 years old, and I just started medical school in New York. I'm originally from Texas. My parents live in Dallas, where my father works as a surgeon in a university hospital, and my mother takes care of the home. After finishing high school, I moved to New York 4 months ago to live on my own. I worked hard to get into medical school in July, inspired by my father. but I haven't been able to enjoy university life like others. I wanted to make friends, join clubs, have fun, but money has been very tight. My parents cover the tuition fees, but all other expenses are my responsibility. In addition to attending classes, I've taken jobs as a tutor, event assistant, and bartender. Despite this, I struggle to make ends meet with rent and basic expenses. I often change jobs to adapt to my schedule and generally work weekends. It has been exhausting both mentally and physically. I arrive tired to class, and when I get home late, I struggle to find the energy to study. I'm worried because I might have to repeat the year as I'm falling behind in my subjects. If this continues, I won't be able to focus on my studies, which should be my priority. I felt anxious and desperate, so I called my mother to ask for financial help, even minimal. My father is almost never home due to his busy schedule. So my mother manages the finances, although my father earns a good living. My mother told me they had no extra money and that paying my tuition was already difficult, so they couldn't send me more. With this response, I felt trapped. When I returned to my apartment that night, I stayed staring at the ceiling for hours. The apartment was small, barely a studio with a private bathroom in the Queens neighborhood. It wasn't what I had imagined when dreaming of my university life in New York, but it was what I could afford. The walls were covered with moisture stains, and some evenings, I had to place containers to collect drops falling from the ceiling. The refrigerator made a strange noise that sometimes woke me up. Many of my classmates lived in modern university residences or shared apartments in better neighborhoods. I had been invited several times to beginning-of-year parties, but I always had to decline because they coincided with my work hours. Sometimes I made up excuses to avoid admitting the truth. I had no money to buy even a few beers to share. The reality of my situation contrasted brutally with my expectations. Growing up in Dallas, my father always talked about the importance of medical education. He told me stories of his university years and how it had been the best time of his life. How he had met my mother at a fraternity party. How he had formed friendships that lasted until today. How he had learned as much from his professors as from his classmates. University shapes you as a person, Logan, he would tell me. That's where you find yourself, where you define who you will be. But now, I wondered how I could find myself when I barely had time to sleep. My daily routine was exhausting. I woke up at 5:30 in the morning to study for 2 hours before going to my first anatomy class at 8 o'clock sharp. After 4 hours of intensive classes, I rushed to tutor high school students for 2 more hours. Then I returned to the university for afternoon classes, which ended at 6:03 p.m. several days a week. After classes, I worked as an assistant in the biology laboratory until 9 p.m. organizing materials and cleaning equipment. On Thursdays and Fridays and all weekends, I worked as a bartender in a bar near Times Square, returning home around 3 o'clock in the morning. There were days when I didn't even have time to eat. My lunch consisted of energy bars that I kept in my backpack, and my dinner was whatever I could find on sale at the 24-hour supermarket near my home. Sometimes, when tips were good, I allowed myself to buy a hamburger at the fast food place on the way home. Money had never been an issue in my family. We weren't millionaires, but we lived comfortably in a residential area of Dallas. My father worked many hours, but he received good compensation for it. I never lacked anything materially. I had my own car since I was 16. I went to summer camps. We traveled to tourist destinations during holidays. But now, for the first time in my life, I understood what it meant to count every penny. The first time I saw the price of university textbooks, I nearly fainted. I had to buy 10-year-old used editions because new ones were impossible to pay for. I shared notes with classmates who could afford updated materials. My mother had always taken care of family finances. It was she who paid the bills, who made sure everything was in order. My father barely knew how much everyday things cost. I realized he probably didn't know what it really cost to live alone in New York. Many of my friends who live alone receive help from their parents, and I envy them. But I decided to continue working. When midterm exams came, I hadn't studied enough, and as expected, I had to take makeup exams. The makeup exams were a disaster. I barely slept the previous week trying to memorize everything I hadn't been able to learn during the semester. I drank so many cups of coffee that my hands were shaking. On the day of the biochemistry exam, I almost fell asleep on my paper. My mind was foggy and the questions seemed to be written in another language. I left the room knowing I had failed. I sat on a campus bench and for the first time since arriving in New York, I cried. These weren't tears of sadness, but of frustration. I had worked so hard to get here. I had dreamed of being a doctor since I was a child, and now everything was falling apart before my eyes. That day, I missed my shift at the laboratory. I didn't have the energy to pretend everything was fine. Instead, I walked in Central Park, observing families strolling, couples laughing, students resting under trees with their books. I wondered if I would ever have that tranquility, that seemed so distant to me. My phone rang while I was observing the pond. It was my laboratory supervisor. "Logan, where are you? I've been waiting for you for an hour." "I'm sorry. I don't feel well," I replied without completely lying. "Listen, I know you're going through a difficult time with exams, but I need you to be responsible. If you can't commit to this job, I'll have to find someone else." "I understand. It won't happen again." But I knew it was an empty promise. Something had to change. I couldn't continue like this. I finished the exams in early August. Then the summer break began. I planned to work as much as possible during this break to save everything I could. Summer in New York was stifling. The heat bounced between buildings, creating a concrete oven. My apartment didn't have air conditioning, just an old fan that moved hot air from one side to another. I slept with a damp towel on my body to combat the heat. But the heat was the least of my problems. I had found an additional job in a cafe that opened at 6 o'clock in the morning. So now my routine included 4 hours there, followed by tutoring in the afternoon and the bar in the evening. Some days I worked 16 hours straight. The cafe owner, a Greek named Nikos, would look at me with concern. "Young man, you work too much. It's not healthy." "I need money," I would reply while cleaning tables at full speed. "Can't your parents help you? They're already doing a lot by paying for my university." Nikos didn't insist, but sometimes he would keep cakes that hadn't sold during the day for me or prepare sandwiches for me to take away. These small acts of kindness kept me afloat. One day, as I was serving coffee to a regular customer, an economics professor from Columbia University, I overheard a conversation that marked me. "The system is designed to break students," the professor was saying to his companion. "They're made to believe that higher education is the only path to success, but they're burdened with debts impossible to repay or forced to work to exhaustion. What kind of society does this to its youth?" I reflected on these words all day. Was I part of this system? Was I sacrificing my health, my well-being, my youth for a degree I might not even get if I continued like this? After the holidays, I want to focus more on my studies, so I'll reduce my work hours. This means I need to save more, so I'll also reduce my daily expenses. I started making calculations and keeping a detailed record of each expense. I discovered that a large part of my money was going to public transportation. I decided to buy a used bicycle for $50. It was rusty and the chain came off every few kilometers, but it allowed me to move around the city without spending on the subway or bus. I also reorganized my food budget. I stopped buying coffee on the street, although Nikos insisted on offering it to me when I passed by the cafe, and I started preparing large pots of rice and beans that lasted me several days. I bought a good quality thermos to carry water instead of buying bottles. For food, I would save with instant noodles, bread, and prepackaged meals on sale. And when I would need to move around the city, I would use my bicycle to avoid transportation expenses. But the sacrifices went beyond the material. The hardest part was seeing my social life vanish. The few friends I had made in class stopped inviting me out after so many refusals. I saw their stories on Instagram. Rooftop parties with views of the Manhattan skyline, dinners in trendy restaurants, weekend excursions to Long Island beaches. Meanwhile, I spent my days off washing my clothes by hand to save on laundry or looking for deals in local supermarkets. I felt increasingly isolated. The loneliness in such a populated city was paradoxical and painful. I walked among crowds, feeling invisible. I served drinks to people who laughed and celebrated while I struggled to keep my eyes open. One evening, as I was returning home after a particularly exhausting shift, I stopped on the Queensboro Bridge. The Manhattan skyline glowed before me, a postcard of opportunities and promises. I wondered how many people were in my situation, struggling silently, pretending everything was fine while collapsing internally. I grew up in a wealthy family, so I never worried about money. I had never imagined living in this kind of poverty. My mother called me every Sunday afternoon. Our conversations had become superficial and brief. I didn't talk to her about my financial problems after that unsuccessful attempt. I didn't want to worry her. Or perhaps I didn't want to confirm that they really couldn't help me. "How are classes going, son?" she would ask enthusiastically. "Good, Mom. I'm learning a lot," I lied. "And have you made friends? Your father always says that university friendships are for life." "Yes, we're a very close group." Another lie. "I'm so happy, Logan. I knew you would adapt well. You've always been very independent." That word, independent, particularly hurt me. It wasn't independence I was experiencing, but abandonment disguised as autonomy. After these calls, I felt worse. The distance between the image I projected and my reality was getting bigger and bigger. After moving, everything was very hectic. But I stayed in touch through messages with a friend from university. Seeing his photos having fun made me sad, noticing how different life could be for other students at the same university. My only close friend was Alex, a classmate who had noticed my constant fatigue. Unlike the others, he hadn't given up on me. He continued to invite me out, although he knew I would probably say no. Alex came from a middle-class family from New Jersey. His parents had bought him a modest car and sent him a monthly allowance that, although not exorbitant, allowed him to live without worries. He shared an apartment with 2 other students in Brooklyn, which considerably reduced his expenses. One Friday afternoon, as we were in the anatomy laboratory, Alex asked me for the umpteenth time, "Do you want to come to a party tonight? It's at a friend's place in Williamsburg. Nothing fancy, just beer and pizza." I was about to give my usual response when I realized that for the first time in weeks, I didn't have to work that night. The head bartender at the bar had asked to work overtime, so I had been given the evening off. "Well, I believe I can today," I replied, surprised by my own words. Alex's face lit up. "Finally! I was beginning to think you were an alien or something." The party was in a small but welcoming apartment. There were about 20 people, mostly medical students and a few from other faculties. At first, I felt uncomfortable, out of place. It had been so long since I had socialized that I had forgotten how to behave in such situations. But after a beer, the only one I would allow myself that night given my budget, I began to relax. I talked with a girl named Sophia who studied neurology and shared my fascination with the human brain. I laughed at anecdotes of eccentric professors. For a few hours, I felt normal, part of something. When the party ended, Alex offered to drive me home. "I can take the subway," I said, mentally calculating the cost of the trip. "No way. It's late and it's not safe. Plus, I have my dad's car this weekend." During the ride, Alex put on 80s music and we sang along to songs by Journey and Queen. It was the happiest moment I had had since arriving in New York. "You should go out more, Logan," he told me as we entered Queens. "Everyone misses you at gatherings." "I work a lot," I admitted. "I don't have much free time." "I know, but you also have to live, right? University isn't just studying and working." "For some of us, it is," I replied more acidly than I had intended. Alex kept silent for a moment, then asked sincerely, "Are you okay, Logan?" "Really?" I thought about lying, about saying everything was perfect, as I did with my mother. But I was tired of pretending. "No, Alex, I'm not okay. I can barely pay the rent. I work at 3 different places. My grades are nosediving, and I feel like I'm failing at everything." My voice broke at the end of the sentence. Alex stopped the car on a quiet street. "Why didn't you tell me? We could have helped you." "How? It's not like you could give me money. There are many ways. Shared materials, group meals. You could even have moved in with us when Ben left last month." I hadn't considered these options. I had been so focused on my individual struggle that I hadn't contemplated collective solutions. Plus, continued Alex, there are scholarships and aid for students in your situation. Have you looked? I hadn't. The truth is that I barely had time to breathe, let alone search for financial aid options. I'll help you find information, offered Alex. And in the meantime, come have dinner with us when you can. Shannon always cooks too much. Shannon was one of his roommates, a gastronomy student who used her friends as guinea pigs for her culinary experiments. For the first time in months, I felt a small spark of hope. It wasn't much, but it was something. My friends often invited me, but I had to decline because I had neither the time nor the money. I'm driving. Let's go somewhere free, a classmate wrote to me. I work every day and I'm going home soon for the holidays, I replied. Are you sure you're okay? You always look tired in class. I think you work too much, he told me with concern. I have a physical internship and I have to cover my expenses. See you when the new cycle begins, I replied. The conversation with Alex made me think. Perhaps there were more alternatives than I had considered. The next day, I passed by the university's financial aid office. There were forms for supplementary scholarships, better paid work-study programs than my current jobs, and even low-interest loans for students in emergency situations. While filling out the forms, I remembered my mother's words, "We don't have extra money." Was it possible that they really had financial problems? My father earned a good living as a surgeon, but perhaps there were expenses I wasn't aware of. Or perhaps it was simply my mother's way of teaching me independence. That weekend, as I worked at the bar, I found myself looking at customers' faces with more attention. Many were young professionals, probably in their first jobs after university. Some seemed exhausted with dark circles and slumped shoulders, drinking to forget the week. Others were celebrating a success, laughing loudly and ordering rounds. For all of them, I wondered what their lives were like. If some had gone through the same thing as me, if one of them had fainted from exhaustion while studying, if they had counted coins for the subway, if they had felt that knot in the stomach when checking their bank balance before paying rent. The following Tuesday, I received a notification from the university. I had obtained a partial scholarship for students in economic difficulty. It wasn't much, only $500 per month, but for me it was a fortune. It meant that I could quit one of my jobs, probably the cafe one, and have a few more hours to study and rest. That night, I called my mother to announce the news. "That's good, son. I knew you would find a way," she said, as if it had always been part of the plan for me to struggle like this. "Mom, you really can't help me with something more?" I asked directly. "I'm not asking for much, just enough to not have to work at 3 places." There was a long silence before she replied. "Logan, your father doesn't know you're going through this. He thinks we're sending you a monthly allowance." Her words hit me like a bucket of cold water. "What? But you told me you had no extra money." "It's complicated. Explain it to me then, because I'm on the verge of collapse here." My mother sighed deeply. "Your father and I are going through a difficult time. He doesn't know it, but we have some debts. I made some investments that didn't work out." "Investments? What kind of investments?" "Stocks mainly. A friend recommended a few companies that seemed promising, but we lost a lot of money." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. All these months, I had been suffering because of poor financial decisions I didn't even know existed. "How much did you lose?" "Almost all our savings. And I had to borrow to cover some losses." "And Dad didn't notice?" "He never takes care of finances, Logan. He trusts me for that. I don't want to worry him with these problems. He already has enough stress at the hospital." I felt a mixture of anger and confusion. My mother had hidden serious financial problems not only from me but also from my father. And meanwhile, I was sacrificing my health and education. "Mom, this can't continue like this. We need to talk to Dad." "Please don't do that. I'm working on resolving it. I've sold some jewelry. I'm saving on other expenses. This isn't fair to any of us. This isn't the way to handle family problems." The call ended without resolution. I stayed looking at the phone, feeling that I knew less and less about my own family. After that, I went to my shift at the bar where I work. But shortly after, something unexpected happened. I fainted during service. It was a very busy Friday full of customers. And as I was carrying drinks, I felt dizzy. I don't remember much after that. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. The doctor told me I had fainted from exhaustion and malnutrition. I was administered 4 bags of serum and discharged the same day. The doctor who treated me was a young resident, probably only a few years older than me. He looked at me with a mixture of professional concern and personal empathy. "Medical student, right?" he asked while checking my vital signs. "How do you know?" I recognized the signs. Permanent dark circles, multiple jobs, ramen-based diet. I was there not so long ago. He gave me some nutritional recommendations and prescribed vitamins. But before discharging me, he sat next to my bed. "Listen, it's not my place to tell you this, but medicine is a long career. If you burn out in the first year, you won't make it to the end. And we need you. We need doctors who understand what it's like to struggle, who have real empathy, not just learned from books." His words deeply touched me. It was the first time someone recognized my struggle and validated it as something that could eventually make me better in my profession. I immediately called my boss at the bar to apologize. He told me that seeing that I wasn't responding, he had called an ambulance without wasting time and had also contacted my parents. "You've taken too many shifts. I've relied on you too much. I'm sorry. I want you to rest for the remainder of the month," he told me. This meant less income for me. A few hours after returning from the hospital, I received a call from my father. His voice seemed agitated, concerned. "Logan, your bar boss just called me. Are you okay? Why didn't you tell me you were in the hospital?" "I just got out, Dad. I didn't want to worry you. Exhaustion and malnutrition." "What's going on, son?" It was the moment of truth. I could no longer hide my situation, especially after what my mother had revealed to me. "Dad, I'm working too much. 3 jobs in addition to university. I don't have time to eat well or sleep enough." "3 jobs? Why do you need 3 jobs?" "Because with just one, I can't pay the rent and expenses." There was a confused silence at the other end of the line. "But your mother and I send you a monthly allowance. That should be enough to cover your basic expenses." My heart skipped a beat. So my mother had not only lied to me, but also to him. "Dad, I've never received a monthly allowance." The silence that followed was even longer and heavier. "I'm going to call your mother," he finally said. "And then I'll call you back." I hung up, feeling a mixture of relief and anxiety. The truth was finally coming to light, but I didn't know what consequences this would have for my family. As I took the subway home, I wondered if I should find more students for private lessons. I felt lost. I was supposed to work at the bar the next day, but now I had the day off. I decided to stay in bed and rest. Exhaustion hit me like a wave when I arrived at my apartment. My body, finally released from the adrenaline that had kept it functioning for months, completely gave in. I slept almost 14 hours straight, waking up only to go to the bathroom and drink water. When I finally got up, it was already night. I had several missed calls from Alex and a message from my father. "I'm taking a plane to New York tomorrow. We need to talk in person." I didn't know what to think. Was he angry with me for revealing my mother's secret? Or was he worried about my health? The idea of seeing him made me nervous, but also gave me a strange feeling of relief. I would no longer be alone in this ordeal. Checking my phone, I saw a message from my friend that had arrived while I was unconscious. I replied and explained what had happened. Upon learning everything, he decided to come visit me. He brought provisions and cooked spaghetti for me. Alex arrived with several grocery bags. He wasn't just bringing ingredients for spaghetti, but also fruits, vegetables, milk, eggs, bread, and other basic foods that I hadn't seen in my refrigerator for a long time. "You didn't have to do that," I said, embarrassed and grateful at the same time. "Of course I did. That's what friends are for." While Alex cooked, I told him about my conversation with my father and what I had discovered about the family finances. "It sounds like your mother might have a gambling problem," commented Alex, who studied psychology before switching to medicine. "The investments could be disguised bets." I hadn't considered this possibility, but it made sense. Would this explain my mother's urgency to keep the secret? Her insistence that she was resolving the problem? If that's the case, it's a disease, Logan, continued Alex while stirring the sauce. These aren't just bad decisions, but a disorder that requires treatment. This perspective made me reconsider my anger towards my mother. If she was really suffering from pathological gambling, she needed professional help, not reproaches. The problem was that my father didn't know either. And now he was traveling to New York, probably confused and angry. When does your father arrive? Asked Alex, serving the spaghetti on chipped plates he had found in my cupboard. Tomorrow afternoon. He told me he took a direct flight from Dallas. Do you want me to be here when he comes? I considered his offer. Alex was a good friend and his presence could be comforting. But this was a family matter that we needed to resolve among ourselves. Thank you, but I think it's better if I talk to him alone. Alex nodded, understanding. All right, but call me if you need anything at all. While we ate what he had prepared with such kindness, we talked about the cost of living alone. When I told him that I received no financial help from my parents, he was surprised. So that's why you work so much. But your father is a doctor. Shouldn't you receive some help? I asked my mother and she told me that with the tuition fees, they're already at their limit. Really? But you're an only child, right? Maybe if you insist again, they could send you something. Mom said, not even a little help. That can't be true. It doesn't make any sense. I hate to say this, but maybe your father is sick, or maybe he's unemployed, suggested Alex. Maybe he lost his job and they didn't want to tell you. I doubt it. I talked to him 3 days ago, and he mentioned a surgery he had performed that day. So what other explanation could there be? Are they buying a new house, a yacht? Does your father have another family? I almost laughed at the absurdity of this last suggestion, but I held back. The truth is that I didn't know what was happening. It had been months since I had seen my parents in person, and phone calls were brief and superficial. My father worked so much that he was barely home when I called. And my mother, well, now I knew she had lied to me. I don't know, Alex, but I'll find out tomorrow. After Alex left, I stayed to reflect on all the possibilities. Exhaustion and the recent health crisis had sharpened my emotions. I felt betrayed, confused, but also worried about my parents. How bad were things really at home? I spent the night restless, waking up every few hours with a new thought or concern. When the day finally dawned, I got up and cleaned my small apartment as best I could. It was ridiculous to worry about what impression my father would have of my housing given the situation, but I couldn't help it. At 2 p.m., I received a message from my father. I just landed. I'm taking a taxi to your address. I'll arrive in about 45 minutes. The next 45 minutes may have been the longest of my life. I paced in the apartment, checking that everything was in order, although there wasn't much to put in order. My possessions were limited to the essentials. A few clothes, medical books, an old laptop, and some basic kitchen utensils. Finally, the doorbell rang. I took a deep breath and opened the door. My father was there with a small travel suitcase. He looked older than I remembered, with new gray hair at the temples and worry lines around his eyes. He looked at me for a moment, assessing me with a doctor's eyes, then hugged me tightly. Logan, you gave me a terrible scare. I didn't expect this reaction. I had anticipated anger, confusion, maybe even accusations, but not this sincere and overwhelming concern. I'm fine, Dad. It was just a fainting spell due to fatigue. He let me go and entered the apartment, observing the space with professional attention. This place is small, he commented, trying to be diplomatic. It's what I can afford, I replied, feeling a pang of shame, although I knew it wasn't my fault. My father nodded slowly, then sat on my only chair. I sat on the bed. I talked to your mother, he said directly, at length and in detail. His tone was grave and his gaze intense. And I asked, though I already imagined the answer. You were right. We never sent you a monthly allowance. Your mother told me that you preferred to be independent, that you had refused our help. I felt anger rising in my throat. That's not true. I asked her for help several times. My father nodded as if he expected this answer. I know. I checked our bank accounts, something I should have done a long time ago, and I found irregularities. What kind of irregularities? Large withdrawals, transfers, references to accounts I don't recognize, loans I knew nothing about. Mom mentioned investments that went wrong. My father let out a bitter laugh. They weren't investments, Logan. They were bets. Your mother has had a gambling problem for years. I thought she had overcome it, but it seems she just became better at hiding it. I felt a knot in my stomach. Alex was right. My mother suffered from pathological gambling. How bad is the situation? I asked, fearing the answer. My father ran a hand over his face, a gesture I recognized from my childhood. He did it when he was really worried or stressed. Pretty bad. The house is mortgaged again, although we had already paid it off. There are several personal loans in her name, and the credit cards are maxed out. And my university fees? I pay them directly. At least that's assured. I felt a small relief. At least my education wasn't in danger. What are we going to do? I asked, suddenly feeling like a small child looking to his parents to solve a problem. My father looked at me with determination. First, we're going to resolve your situation. No more multiple jobs, no more famine. I'm going to open an account for you and wire you a monthly allowance, real sufficient for you to live decently and focus on your studies. But the debts, I'll take care of them, and your mother is going to receive professional help this time. This is not negotiable. I nodded, grateful for his firmness and clarity. And now, he continued, we're going to look for a better place for you to live. This apartment is not adequate for anyone, let alone a medical student. It's not that bad, I protested weakly, although I knew he was right. Logan, you have mold on the walls, and I can hear rats in the corners. It's not healthy. I couldn't contest that. The apartment was cheap for a reason, and the lease? We'll resolve it. If necessary, I'll pay the penalty for early termination. My father's determination gave me a sense of security that I hadn't felt in months. But there was still a pending issue. Are you angry with Mom? My father sighed deeply. I'm disappointed, worried, and yes, also angry. But mostly, I feel guilty for not having been more present, for not having noticed what was happening both at home and with you. His words resonated with me. Despite everything, I couldn't blame him entirely. I had also contributed to the problem by not insisting more, by not being completely honest about my situation. We both trusted too much, I said. My father nodded with a sad smile. It seems we did, but now we're talking, and that's what's important. For the next few hours, my father and I developed a plan. We would look for a new apartment, preferably shared with other students to reduce costs. We would establish a reasonable monthly allowance that would allow me to focus on my studies without having to work so many hours. And we would have real and frequent communication, not just superficial calls where we all pretended everything was fine. We also talked about my mother. My father had planned an intervention with an addiction specialist for his return to Dallas. It wouldn't be easy, but it was necessary. In the evening, we went out to dinner at a small Italian restaurant near my apartment. It was the first time in months that I had eaten in an establishment that wasn't fast food. You know, my father said as we ate, when I was in medical school, I also went through difficult times. Really? I always thought you had an ideal university experience. No one has an ideal experience, Logan. We all struggle in our own way. I worked as an assistant at the morgue to pay for my expenses. It wasn't as glamorous as being a bartender. For the first time in a long time, I really laughed. There's nothing glamorous about being a bartender in a shabby bar in Queens. Believe me, my father smiled. The point is that I understand the struggle. What I don't understand is why you didn't ask me for help directly. I suppose I wanted to prove to you that I could do it alone, I admitted. Be as good a doctor as you, as independent. Logan, being a doctor is not about enduring unnecessary suffering. It's about learning to ask for help when you need it so you can help others later. His words hit me hard. I had been so focused on proving my worth that I had forgotten the most fundamental lesson of medicine. No one can heal alone. The next day, my father and I visited several shared apartments near the university. We found one that seemed promising, a 3-bedroom apartment in Washington Heights shared with 2 other medical students. The rent was reasonable, divided by 3, and the place was clean and well-maintained. After signing the new contract and paying the deposit, he insisted on doing it. My father accompanied me to my old apartment to get my things. It didn't take long. All my possessions fit into 2 large suitcases. Before leaving for the airport, my father gave me a long and strong hug. "I'm proud of you, Logan. Despite everything, you've shown determination and resilience that many don't have. Thank you, Dad. And thank you for coming. I will always come when you need me. Just remember to ask me directly next time." I nodded, feeling a lump in my throat. "Say hi to Mom for me," I said, "and tell her I support her, that I understand she's sick and needs help." My father nodded with watery eyes. "I'll tell her. I love you, son." "I love you too, Dad." After he left, I settled into my new room. It was small but clean with a window overlooking a small park. My new roommates, Javier and Mina, welcomed me warmly. Both were in their 2nd year of medical school and perfectly understood the academic pressure. That evening, as I unpacked my meager possessions, I received a message from Alex. "How did it go with your father? Are you okay?" I replied with a summary of what had happened and a photo of my new room. "Great. Want me to come by tomorrow and bring you a welcome gift?" I smiled as I wrote my response. "Sure, but this time I'm cooking." For the first time since I had arrived in New York, I felt that things might work out. It wouldn't be easy. My mother had a long road to recovery ahead of her, and I had lost time to make up in my studies. But I was no longer alone in this struggle. The following week, I quit my jobs at the cafe and as a laboratory assistant, keeping only the tutoring job, which was better paid and less physically demanding. With the monthly allowance that my father had started sending me, I could cover my basic expenses without a problem. I also met with an academic counselor to develop a catch-up plan. I would have to take some extra classes and study more intensively, but it was possible to get up to date without repeating the year. A month after my father's visit, I received a call from my mother. Her voice sounded different, clearer, and more focused. "Logan, I'm in a recovery program," she told me without preamble. "I'm going to daily meetings and I have a specialized therapist. I'm very happy." "Mom, how do you feel?" "Like I've woken up from a very long nightmare. I'm ashamed and regret what I put you through." "You don't have to apologize to me, Mom. I understand that you were sick. Still, I owe you an apology. I put you in danger with my lies and my addiction. You didn't deserve that." We talked for an hour with an honesty that we hadn't had in years. She told me how her gambling problem had started first as an innocent pastime that gradually transformed into an uncontrollable obsession. How shame and fear had led her to lie more and more, creating a web of deception that had finally trapped her. "Your father has been incredibly understanding," she told me. "He's reorganizing our finances, paying off debts, and still finding time to accompany me to therapy twice a week. Dad is a good man, the best. And you're like him, Logan. You have his strength and compassion." These words meant a lot to me. I had always admired my father, and knowing that my mother saw some of his qualities in me filled me with pride. Over the weeks, my life began to transform. I no longer arrived exhausted to class. I could focus on the lessons and participate in discussions. I started being part of a study group with Alex and other classmates, which not only helped me academically, but also strengthened my social relationships. My new shared apartment turned out to be much better than I had hoped. Javier was an excellent cook, and we took turns preparing meals. Mina organized movie nights on Fridays that quickly became a sacred tradition. We watched both cinema classics and the latest superhero movies, commenting and laughing together. One day, as we were studying in the library, Alex asked me, "Have you thought about what you're going to do during the winter break?" "I guess I'll go to Dallas to see my parents." "Why not invite them to come here? They could stay in a hotel downtown and visit the city." It might be good for your mother to have a change of environment. The idea seemed brilliant to me. I called my father that night and proposed the plan. After consulting with my mother's therapist, who thought it would be beneficial for her recovery, they agreed to come to New York for the holidays. The reunion was emotional but comforting. My mother seemed better, healthier, and serene. My father seemed to have regained some of his lost joviality. I took them to visit my new apartment, meet my roommates and Alex, who had become a foundational pillar of my life in New York. One evening, as we dined in a small restaurant in the village, my father brought up a topic that had been on my mind. "Logan, I've been thinking, have you considered the possibility of specializing in psychiatry?" The question surprised me. I had always assumed I would follow in his footsteps in surgery. "Not really." "Why?" "Because you've demonstrated an enormous capacity to understand and manage complex emotional situations. What you've experienced this year, the way you handled the situation with your mother, it shows an empathy and strength that would be invaluable in psychiatry." I had never seen things that way. I had always considered my struggle as an obstacle, not as a formative experience that could guide my career. "I'll think about it," I replied honestly. My mother, who had been listening in silence, added, "Whatever specialty you choose, you'll be a great Dr. Logan, because you've already learned the most important lesson. More than healing, it's knowing how to fall and get back up." Her words resonated deeply with me. Despite everything that had happened, or perhaps because of it, I felt that I was on the right path. I had discovered in myself a resilience that I didn't know I possessed. I had formed true friendships and learned to ask for help when I needed it. Life in New York remained a challenge. Medical school hadn't become easier, and there were still times when I felt overwhelmed by the academic load. But I was no longer alone in this struggle. I had my parents who were now truly present in my life. I had Alex and my new friends. And above all, I had a new perspective on what it truly means to be strong and independent. When the winter holidays ended and my parents returned to Dallas, I felt a mixture of sadness and optimism. I knew that the path to my mother's complete recovery would be long, and that our family relationship would continue to require work and honesty. But I also knew that we had taken the first steps in the right direction. The new semester began with renewed challenges. The classes were more difficult, the exams more complex. But this time I was prepared. My schedule included time to study, to rest, and to socialize. I was no longer the exhausted ghost who barely survived day to day. One afternoon, as I was studying in the library, Alex passed me a note. "Remember when we met? I thought you were an antisocial snob. How lucky that I was wrong." I smiled reading his words. I had also been wrong about many things. I had confused suffering with strength, isolation with independence, silence with dignity. "Thank you for not giving up on me," I replied. Alex winked at me and returned to his books. At that moment, I remembered the dinner with my father when it all began. His innocent question about my monthly allowance, my honest answer that triggered everything. Sometimes the truth can be painful, but it's always the first step toward healing. Now, as I prepared for another day of classes at medical school, I knew that my path wouldn't be like my father's or anyone else's. It would be my own path with its own challenges and rewards. And that was okay. In the end, that's what growing up really meant. Finding your own path, learning from your falls, and having the courage to ask for help when you need it. And perhaps, just maybe, these lessons would one day make me the kind of doctor who could truly make a difference in others' lives. Every morning, waking up in my new room with sunlight filtering through the window, I reminded myself that I had survived one of the most difficult periods of my life. And if I could overcome that, I could face anything that came after. As my mother had said, I had learned to fall and get back up. And that was perhaps the most precious lesson of all. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.